was a long narrative, so we did the best we could to pull out the issues. And how I'd like to use that as you go through your witnesses and documents, which I gave you a separate copy of each witness and each document, is to indicate what issue it is directed towards. So I want to give you a little time to go through those. We're then going to go on the record in about 3 minutes, and at that time I'm going to explain that. Okay, good morning. I'm going to call this hearing to order in the city of Kenmore on July 30th, 2015. I'm Ted Hunter, who's the hearing officer that's been selected by the city to hear and decide certain applications and appeals of land use matters. This morning we have an appeal of a threshold determination that was a mitigated determination of non-significance made under the State Environmental Policy Act. And the appellants are Ann Hurst, Janet Hayes, Elizabeth Mooney. They are present here this morning and have chosen Ann Hurst as their primary spokesperson. Also present is the city. The city attorney, Mr. Rod Kasaguma, is here, and he will be facilitating the presentation of the city's response to the appeal. The applicant is also present in the hearing room. They've not identified who their spokesperson is. Is the applicant spokesperson here, Mr. Kasaguma?
Seated to my left is Dan Berlin. He's with the firm of Anchor QEA. He's seated with me because the report that he worked on, a Department of Ecology report, is going to be discussed in detail at the hearing today. Behind me and to my left, I'd like to introduce Peter Klipstein from Kenmore Air, and also Allison Russell from Kenmore Air. They are here today representing the applicant, Kenmore Air. And to my right is Andrew Bauer, who is the planner assigned to this project application.
Okay, and can I get the spelling of the names of the applicant representatives, please?
First and last name? A-L-L-I-S-O-N. And then Russell, R-U-S-S-E-L-L.
Thank you.
Peter Klipstein, A-L-I, P as in Peter, S-T-E-I.
So we have the essential parties present, the appellant, the city, and the applicant. And the purpose of the hearing is to allow the appellant to present their appeal to me, and for the city and the applicant to be allowed an opportunity to respond. Appreciate the cooperation. Before the hearing began, we are now at about 10:25, and the reason for that is we had to shift some seats in the hearing room to make certain that we can have the witness present at a witness table in a way that all three parties can interact with that witness. So that shift has been accomplished. And as well, we removed some microphones so we can get a clearer recording of this proceeding. This proceeding is being recorded, both an audio recording and there is a video recording that's being made as well. And that record is a public document that will be made available to anyone that requested following the hearing. I also want to express appreciation for the cooperation of the city and the appellant team in advance of this hearing. Both of you did submit a witness list and provided the documents in advance of this hearing. My office has prepared a witness and document list, and you've each been given a copy of that. That is the guide or the blueprint for how we'll move forward in the hearing today. The appellant has listed a number of witnesses, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in number, and the city has also listed 6 response witnesses. The applicant did not provide any witnesses. The appellant also submitted a number of documents that are labeled A1 through A6, and the city presented documents that are labeled C1 through C34. The applicant chose not to submit any documents. It's my understanding then that the applicant is not actively participating in this hearing, although they are an essential party and they'd be given an opportunity to do so. The primary issues are between the appellant and the city. The second document I handed to each of you in advance of the hearing is one that's headed Summary of Issues on Appeal. This is something that my office prepared to help facilitate the hearing today. And I realize that you're seeing this for the first time. It's designed to be helpful during the hearing, but we need not be a slave to adhere to it. There may be some deviation from it. And I know, Ms. Hurst, as the appellant representative, you perhaps had some concern about this. Did you want to speak to that now?
Yes, I would like to be able to present the documents in a slightly different order.
Mm-hmm.
And I will refer to this summary of issues. I may not cover all of...
We're going to adjust your microphone here a little bit.
Okay. Thank you.
Or turn it on, actually. Okay. So you're
Thank you.
speaking about, you had a different order of presentation.
Yes, yes. And so it will take me a few minutes to tell you all the documents as we go along that apply to these issues.
Okay. And that'll be just fine. I don't want to make this troubling for you. We did it and try to make it a bit easier.
I thought this is helpful, actually.
Okay, good. And there's issues are listed A through H, and it may be that some of the issues listed don't go forward today. That's okay too. That often happens in an appeal of this type, where there might be 8 issues listed initially, but maybe there's 6 of them that are presented at the hearing.
Yes.
And that's understandable, and that's no penalty for doing that.
Okay.
But through the hearing then, and I'll attempt to help you to facilitate presentation, that it's my responsibility to address the issues that you present. And so we're hoping this list is helpful in that we would then frame the decision around the issues that you present.
Thank you.
Okay?
Mr. Examiner, I have a comment
Mr. Kasaguma?
and request concerning your summary of issues. As you know, the matter before the hearing examiner today is an appeal of an MD&S, as you stated, relating to this project. So the issue before the hearing examiner is whether or not that MD&S is in error because there is probable significant adverse impact on the environment. And if you find that there is such impact, then of course there has to be an EIS prepared. The underlying permit involved, a shoreline substantial development permit, has not been issued yet. So the only laws that are applicable to this hearing are laws relating to the SEPA, not the Shoreline Management Act, not the Shoreline Management Program guidelines, and not the Growth Management Act. Therefore, I would request that issues A and G be eliminated from this hearing because both of them relate to either concepts in the Shoreline Management Act or a concept in the Growth Management Act. Item A relates to no net loss of important functions and values of the shoreline. That is a concept and principle from the Shoreline Management Act and also found in the City Shoreline Master Program. The concept of best available science relates to critical area regulations and the basis for those regulations, and that is found in the Growth Management Act. So for those reasons, the City would request that issue A and issue G be eliminated because, as I said, the SSDP has not been issued yet, and those could relate to the SSDP if there's an appeal from the SSDP.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kasaguma. I'm treating this as a motion on behalf of the City to remove 2 issues from the issue list. Also, I want to thank Mr. Kasaguma for reminding us that this is a bit different hearing in that we do have instructions in state statutes to consolidate any appeal of environmental review with the underlying application, but here the shoreline permit has not been decided. So it is something we're recognizing that doesn't follow the consolidation concept that's in, I think that's 3670B, maybe it's also in 4321C, both the Procedure Reform Act and the State Environmental Policy Act. Typically, I would hear an appeal of both an underlying permit and of environmental review. The City has chosen to move forward with this appeal where we're looking at only the environmental documents and not the underlying laws, the Shoreline Management Act or the Growth Management Act. So I think that's the basis then for your motion.
Correct.
Is to move those two issues, remove them from the list. Ann Hurst, do you want to respond to that?
I strongly object. The city behavior since the Growth Management Board, they're promising to test for substantial shoreline development is a huge issue. I have to show you something. These are all the substantial shoreline development permits the city has issued since the Growth Management Board decision, and none of them have required testing at the areas of concern. There are
Okay, Ms.
There are at
Hurst is
least 10
responding to the
permits.
city's motion. What the city is objecting to and wants removed is an issue of does the MDNS fail to provide adequate mitigation to preclude no net loss of functions of the shoreline? And are you stating that you have information you wanted to provide on that issue?
Yes, yes. I want the city's testimony before the Growth Management Board known by everyone here.
Okay. Well, I'm going to find that the issue of mitigation and adequate mitigation is one that falls under the State Environmental Policy Act. So we will be able to take a look at that issue during the hearing.
May I clarify? I was objecting to the last part of the sentence. I agree that they can present evidence on adequate mitigation, but not evidence about no net loss of important function and value of the shoreline, which is a Shoreline Management Act principle.
May I respond? Actually, we have a witness that will speak to that, an expert witness.
Okay. We're going to leave the issue on the list, and as the witness presents information, if the city finds some of it objectionable, they can raise their objection at that time.
Thank you.
The other issue the city objects to is stated as, did the MDNS fail to incorporate best available science concerning toxic contaminants? And did you have information you wanted to present on that issue today?
Yes.
And does it go to best available science, or does it go to environmental disclosure? You see, the difference here is that this hearing is focused on do the environmental documents disclose impacts, and then is there sufficient mitigation to reduce those below the level of significant and adverse environmental impacts. So we're looking at those issues in this hearing. Is that what you intend to present information on that?
Yes, around testing. Testing and not testing will answer those.
Okay. Well, there again, it may be that the information you present relates to disclosure and to mitigation, and that's fine. We'll leave the issue on the list for that reason. As I understand the city's objection, they don't want to get into a discussion of what constitutes best available science. That's not a State Environmental Policy Act concept. That's a Growth Management Act concept. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, and we have compiled a list of city code that Elizabeth will read later.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So if it's city code we're going to address?
That's fine. It's just that I will not be making a decision on what constitutes best available science, but I will be looking at were the environmental impacts disclosed, and then were they mitigated by the MDNS below the threshold of significant and adverse environmental impacts.
We do have an expert witness to speak to the best available science.
All right, and that may fall outside the scope of this hearing.
Okay.
But again, we'll take that up at the time you present your witness. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, are there any other preliminary issues before the presentation of the appeal? No. Sometimes in these hearings, the city chooses to present a summary of the background. Is that something the city wanted to do, or are you ready to move into the appeal presentation itself?
We're ready for the presentation of the case by the appellants.
Okay, very good. Then we'll turn to Ann Hurst, who's been cooperating with my office in advance of this hearing and provided a witness list and a list of documents. And what we'll do to move forward is to have you make an opening statement, if you would like, about what you want to show to us today, and then call your first witness.
Thank you. So our opening statement will include the city to date has not required testing for substantial shoreline development permits since the Growth Management Board hearing. The first evidence is the Growth Management Board hearing of 2013. Appellants questioned the city's shoreline management program because it did not address the data gap of contaminants of concern at Kenmore shores, therefore should not be considered complete by ecology. In closing, the city representative said, for significant, which means substantial, shoreline development permits, the city would require testing. Testing has been required by the Army Corps for dredging, by the Washington Fish and Wildlife on its own land, but not for any substantial shoreline development permit the city issued. Please see the closing remarks of January 16, 2013, and the Growth Management Board's final decision, February 27, page 24. That is Exhibit A32 in my exhibit list, attached to the city's closing remarks. The complete decision is on Disc A3, as is the second half of the complete January 16 transcript, which primarily includes the closing remarks and board members' questions. The conclusion by the board used the Army Corps determination of October 6, 2011 as proof that the city had a good strategy for addressing data gaps in contaminated soils. In that document, the Army Corps concludes, in concurrence with other agencies, that Harbor Village marina sediments are not suitable for open water disposal. The city had nothing to do with that dredging report. That was a private report hired by Harbor Village Marina, until Elizabeth Mooney found that report. The outcome of this decision is that the city of Kenmore now has permitting power without ecology's oversight. Ecology cannot require that the city of Kenmore require testing. Even though this year, May 28, 2015, Ecology wrote to City of Kenmore recommending that City of Kenmore require Kenmore Air to test to depth of pilings. That will be brought up again briefly. So here I have already submitted A31, A33, and A32 is attached. Would you like these? They coincide with my numbering system. Would that be easier?
Well, that was why I distributed the document list. A3 is listed as the Dioxin Studies Growth Management Hearings Board Appeal.
Okay, that works. All right. I just covered A under A3, B under A3.
That's a letter from Maura O'Brien to Brian Hampson?
Yes, May 28, yes.
So I have those in front of me as part of my document list.
Okay.
Are there specific items in that you wanted me to refer to? Or are you going to have a witness speak to those?
Well, yesterday, day before yesterday, I redid the order of the document list. So all I've presented now is a testimony by Don Reeton before the Growth Management Board.
We have that listed as A3, Part A.
Okay. And the October 6, 2011 Army Corps and other agency report that shows the dioxin level at the Harbor Village Marina, which that's, where was that? Oh, it's A6 Addendum D.
Okay. And Ms. Hurst, let me try to help you here.
Yes.
You said you had an opening statement, and typically during an opening statement, you let the decision maker, that's me, know what you intend to present today.
All
And
right.
is this what you intend to present, is the information that's in Exhibits A through A, A3B, and A6D?
No. We also have the argument of why we need testing, this was just the first part of my argument, those
Your statement
documents.
was that the city has not tested as you believe the Growth Management Hearings Board ordered them to do?
Yes, and then why we need testing and what kind of testing.
So three parts then.
Yes. Our main argument is we need testing before the sediments of the shorelands are disturbed.
Okay. And you have named witnesses and you have documents that speak to each of these three areas then?
I myself was witness to, yes.
Okay. And please, in your presentation, assume that I have not read every sentence of every document that you
Okay.
submitted in advance of the hearing.
Okay.
So it is your responsibility to point me to the specific sections of these documents that you think are important for me to review.
All right. I don't see that you've listed page 24 of the Growth Management Board hearing on this document list. My eyes just might be skipping over it. But that was submitted with my evidence list, and the entire Growth Management Board decision is on the disc A3.
All right, it's page 24 of that you would like to have reviewed.
Yes.
And I think we asked that you provide hard copies of that.
Yes, and I did.
Okay, very good.
I provided hard copies of page 24.
I have that in front of me.
Okay. The complete studies are on discs because there are thousands of pages.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have that page in front of me. Is there something on that page that you wanted to draw our attention to?
On page 24, yes, two things. The data gaps are addressed on a permit-by-permit basis so that the SMP does not become stale in the 7-year interval before the next update. That's their conclusion on page 24. Those are lines 24 through 26. And also, lines 13 through 18. Kenmore should seek and use any available monitoring data on shoreline conditions in regulating development and making decisions that affect shoreline use, including but not limited to water quality monitoring by King County and the Department of Ecology, and monitoring data from hazardous material cleanup sites. The most recent data regarding a cleanup site should be obtained prior to issuing any permits for development on such sites. And what I spoke to before on page 24, lines 8 through 12, the Dredge report demonstrates the effectiveness of Kenmore's SMP strategy for addressing data gaps. SME policy LU-21.1.5 anticipates the city's use of new information at the permit stage, which would include the city's use of the most recent data regarding a cleanup site, but not limited to.
Okay, so you're providing this page 24 and lines 23 through 26 and 13 through 18 as evidence in support of your argument that the city is not following this directive of the board?
And also lines 8 through 12. So actually, maybe we could just say lines 8 through 26 might be easier.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that goes to the first prong of your argument that the city is not testing as you believe they were required to do to comply with this Growth Management Hearings Board order.
And if I may read a pertinent
Mr.
line.
Downer, may I interject before we continue any further?
No, I'd like to
Mr. Goodman.
finish this part.
Well, we've got an objection. We always take those up first, so let's hear what
Okay.
I've been treating this as an opening statement, but it's sounding more and more like she's testifying as to the transcript. And what I'd ask is for the opportunity to clarify the pagination and the lines if there's going to be testimony, because I received the hearing excerpt from the court reporter who asked us if we wanted a copy. I've never received a transcript from Ms. Hurst, and my pagination is different. So I would ask for the opportunity, if this is going to be the testimony, to ask clarification of this, or if she's going to be testifying later, I can ask my questions later about what pages she's referring to and what the actual testimony is.
Yeah, okay. Well, the city attorney is, this is always a challenge with what we call the pro se appellant. You're not an attorney, is that correct?
No, I'm not.
And what we're trying to differentiate is between an opening statement where you kind of lay out, this is what my witnesses will be showing, versus your own testimony. And I have to agree with the city attorney, it sounds like you're providing testimony now.
No, what happened is I combined, I gave you the entire transcript of the closing remarks, and then I combined, because the only representative from the city was Dawn Rayton, I combined all of her remarks, and there's one pertinent one from page...
Well, Ms. Hurst...
Well, let me just say what page it is on the transcript.
Let me just get this clarified.
Okay.
And I'm not sure I can do this, but I want to ask you again.
Okay.
Are you now prepared to present your own testimony? Is that what you'd like to do?
I can, but what I want to do is tell you which pages these were from.
You did that?
No, page 12 in your document, lines 2 through 7 are what I read. So if you go to page 12 in your document.
Now, what document are you referring to?
The Growth Management Board transcript.
We have that in front of us, correct?
Right. But you have to go, what I just read to you was from page 12.
From page 24.
No, page 24 is the Growth Management Board's decision. The city attorney, the transcript of the closing remarks, the city attorney's closing remarks are on the transcript that Mr. Kasaguma has. Mr. Kasaguma has the entire transcript. And if you go to page 9, you will see lines 2 through 7 correspond to what I just read.
Okay. Well, let's hope we can move forward today without all of this. That's why my office took significant time in advance of this hearing to collect the documents and then have copies made of the relevant sections, because there are hundreds of pages that you submitted as documents that you felt were relevant to this hearing. And one of them is the decision of the Growth Management Hearings Board in February 2013. The relevant sections, and I believe you did comply with what our office asked you to do, you made hard copies of.
Yes.
And that's what I have in front of me as A-3 sub A, and it's labeled as page 24.
That's right.
I'm not going to get into whether you have the official transcript and you have a different numbering system. We are going to use the documents that you submitted in advance of the hearing. So, Mr. Kasaguma, I understand that you maybe went outside the record that was provided to you and you found an official transcript. We're going to stick to the documents that were submitted in advance of the hearing.
Okay. I'd have to ask for a recess then, because I don't have a hard copy of the transcript she's referring to that was delivered to me. What I'm saying is that for some odd reason, the court reporter asked my office if we wanted a transcript about 2 weeks ago, and I realized what was being requested, and I ordered my copy. But as far as I know, I didn't receive a hard copy.
Did you provide that as part of your document list? Is that something you submitted in advance of the hearing, the transcript?
No.
That's unfortunate. So we're not going to have that in front of us today because it was not submitted in advance of the hearing. You have to understand my role is to facilitate presentation of information at a hearing. That's why we take careful effort to get all documents in front of us that are going to be referred to at the hearing, so everyone has those in advance of the hearing.
Appreciate that.
Now, I'm very concerned when you say you don't have what we've labeled as A3 sub A. Those were, to our information, submitted to the city and to the applicant at the same time they were submitted to our office. So maybe you do need to check with your client to see if that, I have them in a notebook in front of me. You should have a very similar set of documents. We take very careful pains to make certain everyone has the same documents. I'm not going to let this hearing bog down into, well, I've got a different document. We are going to use the official document list. That's why I provided it to everyone in advance of the hearing.
I have been informed that there are excerpts from the transcript that I received from a court reporter.
Yeah, and that's A3 sub A.
Okay.
All right. So we got that cleared up. The objection's overruled. Now, the next statement the city attorney asks is, you need to decide if you're presenting an opening statement or if you're testifying. It does sound to me like you're testifying. Do you want to present your testimony now?
That would be my opening statement and my testimony then. The complete transcript, Rod, is on that disc A3. If you
I understand
Yeah,
that,
okay.
and I think he now understands that.
Okay.
So we're going to use the documents that were submitted in advance of the hearing. We're not going to go outside that document list. That's
Okay.
what frames the scope of this hearing.
All right.
And thank you. You referenced the documents appropriately.
Okay.
That's why we did the numbering system that we did,
Okay.
and that's what we're going to do throughout this hearing. So you, Ann Hurst, presented 3 issue areas that you want to move forward on.
Yes.
And the first, you did present testimony. Let me ask you now, under oath, as you sit there as a witness, is the information you provided the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And you referred to A3A and provided information from that document as to item 1
Yes.
of your opening statement, that there was a GMA board order that the city conduct additional testing.
Yes.
You also raised 2 additional areas about why that testing is needed, and thirdly, what type of testing you believe is appropriate.
Yes. And
Okay. Are we ready then to move forward with witnesses on those 3 issues?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Did you want to
Examiner,
call then your
since-
first witness?
Mr. Examiner,
Mr.
since
Kasaguma?
that was considered testimony that she just made, on behalf of the city, I will be objecting to her testimony regarding what was stated at a Growth Management Hearing Board hearing by the board members and by city representatives, because that hearing was over the question of whether or not the Shoreline Master Program amendments adopted by the city were consistent with the Shoreline Management Act.
Okay, now let's be careful about testimony. So you do have an opportunity to ask questions of this witness. Is that what you'd like to
Objecting
do?
to all line of testimony concerning what happened at the Growth Management Hearings Board, and also the testimony about the decision of the Growth Management Hearing Board. It has nothing to do with the information that was available to the city in order to determine whether an MDNS should be issued for this project, which is pile driving and the removal of some gabions and some pieces of wood.
Now, how am I going to know that from the evidence, Mr. Kasaguma? Did you want to ask questions of this witness, or do you have some evidentiary presentation on that?
Well, we will be presenting it in our case.
Okay. So Mr. Kasaguma is replying to your testimony, stating that the board decision you cite is not relevant to this issue before us today?
Correct.
Okay.
I object, if that's what I'm supposed, how I object. Number 1, all the documents are submitted, including the official transcript. It's on the disc. I only read what was from the Growth Management Board decision and the city's representative. Those are all exhibits.
Right, and we're past that. No issues to that.
Okay.
City attorney is going to present a witness when he provides his rebuttal testimony, and his statement is that that will show that the GMA board decision that you have just testified about is not relevant to environmental review, but had to do with the adoption of the city's Shoreline Master Program. That's his position. That's the city's
true.
position. Okay?
That part is
And that's a dispute that I'll need to decide.
good, because I can speak to that clearly.
Mr. Examiner, I'd like to clarify, we're not going to be presenting witness testimony to say that that's irrelevant. I'm stating that that is a legal decision to be made by the hearing examiner as to whether any information concerning a Growth Management Hearing Board decision on an appeal from the city Shoreline Master Program is relevant to this proceeding.
Right.
So we won't be presenting any witnesses to say that.
Legal argument on
It's
that.
stating that that's a legal argument.
Okay.
Okay, should I proceed then with part two?
Yes, and did you have a witness that you wanted to present on that, or will you be testifying?
I first of all would like to direct your attention to the letter from Jerry Paulette, a health assessment on the shore.
What document is this? Does it have a
It's
number?
A34, but I don't see it here. It's on, I printed it out. I have the same printout order that I gave everyone else. It starts out Elizabeth Mooney. It's an email from Elizabeth Mooney forwarding the email, which is also present in A3 in more complete form. Email, let's see, is this it? Okay, it's AH, email from Elizabeth Mooney to Jari Christensen dated July 16, 2015, with email string. I just put the whole email string in there because this is a letter Jerry Paulette wrote to the health department stating children, he has a picture of children fishing at Kenmore shores that are contaminated. And he wants the health department to re-involve themselves. They did something for the city, which is in the city evidence, but they are not policing that children not take these fish home. In Lake Forest Park, this is my testimony now, I was driving and a boy, maybe 10, had a string of fish he was taking up the hill.
Then I'll have to interject my objection at this point.
Mr. Casaguma, what is the nature
We're talking
of your
about
objection?
A3, and apparently this is a July 16th, only 3 weeks ago, email from Representative Jerry Paulette, a legislator, to one of the appellants, among others. We object to this as being totally irrelevant to the questions before you and untimely. It's an email from someone to someone else just a couple of weeks ago. And the topic seems to be apparently that this legislator wants the Department of Health to do something in the future.
It's in response to the Department of Health evidence that you submitted that says it's okay for children to swim as long as they don't eat fish. Well, children are eating fish. So
But he is not, there's no basis,
He's
no
a
foundation that he is a scientist.
he is a scientist. He founded Heart of America, which is the Hanford cleanup.
Was he
project.
present here today?
No, we tried to get him, but he couldn't come.
Okay.
So this
So
letter
part
is
of the nature of the objection of the city attorney is that you're offering statements made outside this hearing room, and there's not an opportunity for him to be asked questions about that. So it goes to the weight of the evidence, or even if the evidence should be admitted. The other challenge with it, Ms. Hurst, is that it is apparently a very recent email. And we're looking at the environmental document that was released before the date of this email.
Well, this was
So fine, you testified to it.
right.
You brought
It was
in.
released after the May 28th closing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay, so I concur with Mr. Casaguma.
okay. Yeah, what we want to look at is evidence that's directed to the threshold determination, and that's the mitigated determination of non-significance. And as we were reminded by the city at the outset of the hearing, that's really the issue before me. Was the MDNS properly issued? Because I can't look at, are there fish being eaten now by children? That's not the issue before me. The issue is, did the city follow the proper procedures and follow the law when it released its mitigated determination of non-significance? Okay? So we can move forward then with your
Yes.
appeal.
All right, I'd like to call Mimi Bolander to testify to Lake Forest Park's concerns about the contaminants at Kenmore Shores.
Okay?
And Mimi, you used to go over there, sweetie.
Oh, I'm over there.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Would you please raise your right hand and take the oath? And do you swear to tell truth and testimony you present today?
I do.
Thank you. And your name, please.
Mamie Bolander. That's, you may have it there.
We do. It's on the witness list, so welcome to the hearing this morning. And
Thank you.
it's okay with me if witnesses present what we call narrative testimony. They give their statement without you having to ask specific questions. Is
All
that
right.
okay
That
to
would be
proceed
fi-
that way?
That would be fine, yes.
All right. So we're going to ask you for the statement, and then the city attorney may have some questions of you following your statement.
Okay, do you want me to start with my name and address and that sort of thing?
Well, I don't think we need your address. Are you a resident of Kenmore?
I'm a resident of Lake Forest Park,
Okay.
and we share a shoreline with Kenmore.
Mm-hmm.
I am an environmental steward. I've taken several classes at the university that are offered by King County and University Extension Service to become a steward of wetlands and environment and the environment. I'm a citizen of Lake Forest Park, and I'm extremely concerned about the dioxins and other dangerous chemicals which have been found in the north end of Lake Washington. And they've been found generally in the north end all the way to our swimming beaches in Lake Forest Park. So that is a big concern. The chemicals or impurities in Kenmore's waters also drift into the waters and the beaches of my city and all along the shorelines of Lake Washington and beyond. The disturbance by boat traffic in the shallow water, placing or removing pilings, accelerated air traffic, and other things can cause the acceleration of the translocation of these toxins. So I feel it's vital that all silts or soils that are disturbed in the shoreline of Lake Washington or in Lake Washington should be tested before they are disturbed. It's a known fact that the area of Kenmore Air was an area where shingles were produced and there was lumber industry there. These could be lead to be having toxins in the soil. Nobody knows, obviously, where these toxins are coming from. So before anything is disturbed that might release toxins that could be harmful to fish or to humans or other life in Lake Washington, before they are, before the silts and soils are disturbed, these silts and soils should be tested for toxins. Soil testing before any excavation for building or for other activities such as changing pilings or working in the soil or boat traffic is vital in order to find and eliminate the source of these toxins. In the meantime, citizens should be made aware that harmful toxins are present in the silt and the source is unknown. Dioxin, which is found, is a carcinogen. Lead, which is found, can cause mental retardation in children, and it's harmful to pets playing in the water. So we need to find where the source of these toxins is coming from. This is a significant, substantial environmental impact which has to be addressed. Thank you, and I hope that we can see that these toxins are eliminated. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your statement. Stay there for a moment, and we'll see if the city has any questions about your statement.
Okay.
Mr. Kasaguma?
Ms. Bollender, I believe you said that that the dioxins and contaminants would be accelerated in their transportation by something. Could you explain to me what they would be transported by again?
By activities in the water, such as digging out pilings, drilling to replace pilings, possible increased air traffic. I understand that Kenmore Air will probably be using larger planes in the future, and this could have an impact.
Are you?
And also disturbance of soils onshore, which might contain toxins, and we don't know.
Okay. Do you have any reports or studies that show how these chemicals or contaminants are transported?
Well, I understand there have been tests. They've also tested the currents through the harbor, and apparently they run in a northeasterly direction.
I'm asking if do you know about today, or do you have with you today any reports addressing the question of the transportation of contaminants?
Yes. I don't have any reports, no.
Now, are you familiar with the Kenmore Air site? Do you know where it is?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the project that Kenmore Air is proposing and that's before us today?
I am not really familiar, except for talking with people from Kenmore and the group that's bringing this issue to the hearing.
Isn't it true that what Kenmore is proposing is to install 3 pilings, to remove about 5 gabions, and to remove a piece of wood?
That's incorrect.
Yes, I'm aware they're going to be changing pilings.
And if they do that and put an impermeable curtain around that work, won't that prevent these contaminants and chemicals that you're talking about from being dispersed outside of the curtain?
I don't know.
And you talked about a company that used to produce shingles. I think you mentioned something about lumber products.
I understood that there was a shingle production plant there.
Do you know that it was directly on the Kenmore Air site?
That's what I have understood.
Who did you get that information from?
I have documents.
Yeah,
Let's just- we'll just have
it
the-
seems to be general information, but
Okay. I have nothing further.
Ms. Bollender, did you have an opportunity to look at the documents that the city prepared for the MDNS, the environmental checklist, for example?
no, I don't think I did.
Yeah. Okay, and that's fine. I just wanted to see where you got your information. And it's from the appellant mostly that you...
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you for being here. Did you have any questions, Ms. Hurst, of your witness?
No, thank you, Mimi. I will support her, though, with a document presentation in a little bit.
Okay, very good. Thank you for coming here this morning.
Yeah.
Ms. Hurst, did you have any other witnesses that you wanted to call?
Yes, I would like at this time for Janet Hayes to speak to the fuel use of Kenmore Air and the history of Kenmore Air's flight patterns.
Okay, and can you help me with what issue this might relate to on appeal?
Where are the issues? Oh, here. C,
Does the MDNS allow development without looking for contamination of concern?
Yes.
Okay, so the testimony about the flight patterns would go to potential contamination?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you, and if you please raise your right hand, and do you swear to tell truth and testimony you give today?
I do.
Thank you, and you can state your name and then provide your testimony.
Janet Hayes, and I live at 6303 Northeast 181st, Kenmore, Washington.
And what information do you have to provide us on the contamination of the lake then?
I've been involved in Kenmore issues, and mainly because I live directly across the street from the Kenmore project.
May I ask her specific questions?
Yeah, yes.
Rather
do
than,
that.
because that was open-ended and she, okay. So Janet, would you please relate Chip Davidson's history that was presented to the entire PERC
Streamfest.
Streamfest? In, what year was that?
2014.
2014. Chip Davidson died this year, but she will testify to what he said about the history of the flight patterns of Kenmore Air.
Yes, he spoke to me many times about it. He was very generous with his information on Kenmore, history of Kenmore. He talked about his North Lake Marina, which is directly adjacent to Kenmore. He talked about Harbor Village Marina, and their issues were mostly brought up.
Excuse me, Janet, would you just talk about the history of the flight patterns of Kenmore Air? And then I'll have a second question to ask you.
One of the things that he brought up at Streamfest that is what Ann is asking about is he talked about Kenmore Air since they began flying have used the property adjacent to them, which is now a cement plant. But this was in the early 50s. When they first began, they not only had float planes, but they had other smaller aircraft and a short landing strip that were there. They ended up using only float planes probably in the last 50 years. I know that to be true because my family has always been in the shoreline area. I grew up in Seattle.
What did Chip Davidson tell you about the flight plans?
The flights took off going directly down Lake Washington where the Kenmore Navigation Channel is. And directly, when they would land, come in from the same direction, or they have two directions that they'll fly in. They'll either fly from the southwest,
this is
coming in, or they will come in from the northeast. They fly directly over me. I know that.
Janet, the question is, historically, their flight pattern, if I may summarize, the flight pattern was from the Kenmore Industrial Park into the Kenmore Navigation Channel,
yes,
and on, and landing the same thing. Then, years
yes,
later, in the 60s, you said, they changed. Now, what do they do?
Mr. Examiner, could I please ask a favor and have them connect this flight testimony to contaminants?
I will get to that.
Air.
I have evidence. I have evidence for that as
I'm
well.
having trouble understanding how flight patterns have anything to do with contaminants in the lake.
You will.
Unless gasoline is being dumped.
Okay,
you will understand. All right.
Then we need to get to the flight patterns are of historic interest.
Yes.
But I think the issue you said we're going to direct this testimony to is contamination of the lake.
Right.
So let me ask then this witness, Janet Hayes, do you have information about how these flights may have introduced contaminants to Lake Washington, and if so, what contaminants might they be?
Well, I was asked and provided information on the history of the Kenmore industrial area, of which Kenmore Air is a part of. So I believe the contaminants that have been found in all the testing that has been provided in as evidence from Anne has vindicated that belief of the contaminants. And what I was going to say is when I began doing my thing and discovering what was happening and learning from Chip Davidson, just Kenmore Air's part in contaminating not the navigation channel, but as an effect of other activity that occurred in what is called the berthing channel, which is in evidence in a 1980 study that is from the Army Corps of Engineers. There are two areas that are critical to our shoreline. One is...
What are the contaminants? Can you speak to that?
The contaminants, I'm not a scientist, but the contaminants that I know of, that I read clearly are there, are dioxins, furans, lead, zinc. Those are the ones I paid attention to. I know DDT in a 1996 test in the berthing channel, of which Kenmore Air is a... I need to... this has not been addressed.
Janet?
No, wait. She needs to get that in procedurally.
Yeah, but it doesn't come in right here.
She needs to.
Let me run the hearing.
Thank you.
So, is it your testimony that the flights introduced these contaminants, dioxins, lead, zinc, and DDT?
The flights
No.
introduce lead.
Okay.
And I have evidence that I'd like to present that are transcripts from KUOW radio station, and from listening to those transcripts and going and reading them also, they interview an employee at Kenmore Air, and he said that 50% of their planes use leaded gas or more.
And what documents are these? We have them listed on the document list. Ann Hurst, can you help out here?
It's not on the document list. What is on the document list is the 1978 study that's part of...
The creation of the Kenmore Navigation Channel.
No, wait a second, please. The 1978 study that is part of the Army Corps 1980 report that shows there were high levels of zinc and lead in the Kenmore Navigation Channel.
Berthing area.
No, it was in...
What document is that?
I need to look at the document list. Okay.
Yes, you do. We need to have that always in front of us so
All
that
right.
we can follow what your
This
information you're
is
presenting.
A2. The entire study is on A2, and I have two printed out excerpts from A2 that I could present now.
Mr. Examiner, the city would object to any testimony from or the introduction of a KUOW radio station transcript. It is not listed on the exhibit list, and it is not, well, it's not listed on the exhibit list.
Can we call Kenmore Air and see if they know that they use mostly leaded fuel prior to stricter environmental laws, and now they are still using leaded fuel?
I'm sorry, you want to call them? Do you have them here as a witness, you mean?
Well, I'm just...
You want to make a telephone call? Tell me what you want to do.
I think this is important, that we found there was a high level of lead in the Kenmore Navigation Channel.
Well, your witness just spoke to that the
Okay.
contaminant of lead, in her opinion, was introduced by the flights that went over this navigation channel. That's her testimony.
They no longer have that flight pattern.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Is that, Janet Hayes, is that your belief too?
I only know of what I see daily, their test pattern, and their test pattern has always seemed the same to me. but as Chip Davidson said, they used to use previous to when I started watching them, they used the Kenmore birthing channel and navigation channel because they have to leave the birthing area, and that's why I wanted to show you a map that shows the birthing channel and the navigation channel. That's the reason, and those maps are available in evidence. I don't have it.
They're in the city evidence.
Okay, so your testimony is that these flights that were using leaded fuel at one time
They are
flew
still
over
using
both
leaded fuel.
They're still using leaded
Yes,
fuel.
based on the employee at Kenmore Air, and I can give you his name.
Well, I'm not going to be contacting
Okay.
him. So your testimony is that these flights used to and still do use leaded fuel,
Absolutely.
and they go over what's called a berthing channel and a
They
navigation.
park in the berthing, they come into the berthing channel to park. That's where Kenmore Air's shoreline is.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They're piers that they park up to.
Okay. And that this has introduced levels of lead.
Yes.
And is that something that the environmental documents did not disclose?
The environmental documents did disclose them. The EIS final study done by the Army Corps of Engineers did disclose them. The berthing channel being part of the Kenmore Navigation Channel, the berthing channel was sponsored by King County. They were both required to do testing. The testing showed high levels of lead and zinc in the berthing channel.
Do we have these tests as part of our evidence?
Yes.
What,
yes.
what documents are those?
This is the entire disc A2 and the printout of on A2 in a conclusion. I printed out 2-12, 2-14, and 4-5, which show the high levels of lead. Historically, this is old. They no longer go into the berthing channel. They now take off from the Kenmore Air Pier and go out into the open water. So they no longer use that navigation channel. And today there is not a significant amount of lead in the upper part of the navigation channel.
Okay, that's your testimony, or where's that?
That is, because Janet misspoke in a tense. She spoke of this as current.
Okay, well, that's between you and your witness.
I know, but that's all right.
All right, so anything more from Janet Hayes that you want to ask questions about?
No,
Actually, I don't know if I'm supposed to stay here and give all of my testimony right now,
No.
or am I supposed to?
What more did you have to testify about? You testified about the lead contaminant. Was there another area you wanted to testify to?
Well, I think yes, there is.
Well, you're able to return later to do that.
Oh, that's fine. According to the way that we had the witnesses set up, I was to be called up to actions.
Okay.
A little more history on the things I've been involved in that create the knowledge I have of the berthing channel and the navigation channel and the Kenmore shoreline.
There'll be an opportunity to do that later in the hearing.
Thank you.
So we'll take your testimony on the lead now. Stay there, though, because the city may have some
That's
questions.
right. I keep forgetting about them.
Well, we're not going to forget about
No.
the city today. And I'll mention now again,
No.
the applicant has chosen not to participate in this hearing, but the city may have some questions.
You know, I don't understand. I would like a clarification on that if I could as a witness, just so I can be knowledgeable about it. Or when you say that they chose not to participate, I thought when we signed the appeal that it was signed versus Kenmore Air and the city of Kenmore, just as the appeal that we had previous regarding the hangar was both. That appeal was settled, but they were definitely a part of it. We all sat at a table, but at this, I didn't know anybody could choose to not participate.
Well, they are an essential party to this proceeding. That's why I wanted to make certain at the outset of the hearing that they were given an opportunity to have a table, as the appellant does, yourself, and the city, and they elected not to do that. I have no idea why.
Oh, thank you.
But they're here. Did you want to speak to that on behalf of the applicant?
It would be nice to know.
Well, I can speak on behalf of the applicant. If you choose.
The applicant has nodded consent that the city attorney can speak on behalf of them.
I just want to clarify that Kenmore is very interested in this proceeding because, after all, it is the applicant. But when I understand you're saying they chose not to participate, what that means is they decided not to give an opening statement, closing argument, or testify as witnesses. But that does not mean they're not interested. They're very interested in this proceeding because, after all, as I said, they are the applicant. But because
So they'll be involved in this
But because you
at
are
some
appealing a
point?
city decision, the city has to defend its decision. Is that helpful?
It is. I just thought that Kenmore Air had just as much of a responsibility in the permit process as the city did. They're the ones that filled out the applications.
That's all true.
Thank you.
I just have one question for you, Ms. Hayes. I believe you said several times that there are high levels of lead in the berthing channel, which
Yes.
is adjacent to the Kenmore property. What levels are you talking about? Will you please give me numbers?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I do have, there will be a witness that will testify to the numbers.
Where did you get that information from?
I got it from the 1980 Army Corps of Engineers study.
Okay. But do you know what
I got it, pardon?
You know what pages you read that gave you the impression that the levels are high? What pages of the study?
Many pages and many letters from the Department of Fisheries that responded to the study in the EIS, Washington State Fisheries.
Okay.
I read every comment letter from the officials that are to read it and give permits to
My question is
create
very
the
simple.
channel.
What pages of the report are you referring to that address the
Can you get
levels
it?
of lead?
Okay.
I just submitted that
This
as
is-
evidence.
A question for the witness.
Oh, Janet, I just submitted that as evidence, and they are pages 2 through 12, 214, and 4-5. And you have hard copies of these. And
The question was for the witness, whether she was familiar with those pages.
Well, I didn't memorize. I did not memorize the pages.
Okay.
I made many copies, but I never memorized the pages. It's 181 pages.
Yeah, that's
so
fair.
I'm sorry.
Thank
No.
you for, but you have, I guess Ms. Hurst has answered your question, that the levels you're talking about are on the pages that are in Exhibit A2. Is that correct?
Wait, give me the page.
I
yes,
just wanted to confirm that.
do you want the levels?
No, as long as we know now that it's in A2, apparently.
It is.
This is the book. I've been to the city probably 50 times to please, would someone please want this to help you? That's all I've been working on since 2008, is trying to get people to open their eyes so that they don't take a step forward when it takes us 10 back.
Okay, so the levels of lead are in that document?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And you don't need to memorize it. You know that they're there. That's where
Thank
you
you.
read them.
Thank
Okay.
you. There are other tests that have been done also that I've read over the years regarding the lead there. And one is in a site hazard assessment. It's referred to in a site hazard assessment, and it's a geotech test. And also in the, but this isn't Kenmore Air's property. It's the water that Kenmore Air is on. So that's the difficulty I'm having, is saying the tests that I've read about and studied about are the water that Kenmore Air is on, and I don't know who owns that water and the sediment that is in that birthing channel. It's just a small channel.
I have those documents of who owns it.
We'll stick to one witness. You will have a chance to testify too. Well, Ms. Hayes, is this these levels of lead? Is this something that you believe should be in the city environmental documents? Did you look at the documents prepared for this project under the State Environmental Policy Act?
I believe they all should. I've introduced.
Did you look at the environmental checklist, you recall?
The SEPA checklist?
Yes.
Yes.
And were these levels of lead disclosed in that checklist?
No. On the SEPA review checklists, they weren't.
Okay. And you believe they should be, is that true?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. Any further questions for this witness?
Have the sediments, the current sediments around Kenmore Air ever been tested?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for being here and for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, Ann Hurst, do you have another witness you wanted to call?
Yes, but I wanted to clarify that the numbers in 1978 of lead in the Kenmore Navigation Channel, and I don't know what these mean, but we have someone here that does. MG/KG 25 to 35 in the Kenmore Navigation Channel in 1978 when Kenmore Air was using that flight pattern.
Okay, and you have
Or
someone here.
before Kenmore Air was using that flight pattern.
Okay. So that information is available, and you have someone that will testify to it.
As Kenmore Air was using that flight pattern is what I should be saying. I'm confusing my tenses also, I'm sorry. I want to first of all introduce another piece of information, and that is AF, and I printed out the suitability determination.
This is A-3F.
Yes, 3F.
Okay.
And that is also, the full study is on that disc A3. If I may, the full study indicates lead is no longer a problem in the Kenmore Navigation Channel. That test was done in 2015 by the Army Corps.
I have that in front of me. What are you referencing in that? The suitability determination?
Yes. The 30,000 cubic yards are unsuitable for open water disposal, but lead was no longer one of the main contaminants of concern.
That's part of your evidence. It's right there. This is a better map.
Okay,
This
thank you.
is the navigation channel.
Right, thank you. There's also a map printed out of the Kenmore Navigation Channel, which you would have attached to that.
Yes, I have that.
Okay. You can see, if you would like a map that labels these businesses, I took this out of the city evidence, so it's in the evidence. Would that be helpful? It shows where North Lake Marina was, and Chip Davidson owned that and was here for years, and he passed this year, I guess. I'm recalling it was this year. Kenmore Air is right next to North Lake Marina, which tests high for dioxins. Kenmore Air extends near the Kenmore Navigation Channel. You can see the little planes on the picture. If you want this color map, it's much nicer. It was in the city evidence. But it now doesn't use the channel. It just taxis out to the middle of Lake Washington, the northeast middle of Lake Washington, and then flies from there.
Well, I'm a bit confused. Your excerpt A3 sub F states that the dredging from Kenmore Navigation Channel is unsuitable for dispersion in the Elliott Bay area.
That's correct.
And why are you presenting that to me? And then your statement is that lead's no longer an issue. I don't see that in the report.
Right, because the flight patterns of leaded fuel have changed since 1978, and before 1978, but now we have sediments covering the lead, so lead's just not an issue. The problem is, continually, Kenmore Air has declined to be tested, and I'll get to that.
Okay. Do you have other witnesses you wanted to call?
I will. So if you want a colored map that will help orient you, they're in the city evidence.
Yeah, I have those.
Okay. Also, I want to present from that 1978 study the hydrology of Lake Washington.
You continue to refer to a 1978 study. Is that the Exhibit A2?
It is.
Kenmore Navigation Channel study?
It is.
But we have that as a date of 1980.
That's right, but the testing was done in 1978.
Okay.
And likely, you know, when they do a test, it sometimes takes them 2 years to give the report.
All right,
And,
I just was confused about what document you
Okay.
referenced. You clarified that. Let's please move forward.
All right. So, let's see, where am I? So now I'd like to present the Windward study, which is A1. And Tad Deschler did that study, did the measurements in 2005. And he said we could find it on the lower Duwamish waterway, lower Duwamish study in preparation of. Anyway, we couldn't find it, so so Janet researched it, found it, and printed out the entire study, and we put that on disk, and that's what's on your disk. But what I wanted also is we wanted the addendum that showed the location of the study. And the location is listed as Lake Washington, Bothell, because it was done before we reassigned our post office addresses in later, after 2005. So the location, the exact coordinates, are right outside of are in the navigation channel next to Kenmore Air. And there's an email from Tad that tells me the coordinates. And would you like me to read them?
No, you don't need to read
Okay.
them.
And then there is a printout from the addendum that shows where all the sample sites were. And the 13.2J that Tad refers to is the site LWSS3, and that was the site that was next to Kenmore Air. And that dioxin level, known in 2010 by everyone when the report was finally published, is 2 too dense for open water disposal.
Where does it say that?
I'll get to that later, to the standards. But, I'm sorry, did I understand your question? The standard is about the standards. The standards of the Army Corps are anything above 10 must be transported upland in special kinds of containers, and anything above 4 is also not allowed for open water disposal. The standards have become stricter.
Okay, did you have any other witnesses you wanted to call today?
I do, but kind of in order of topic. Is that all right?
Yeah, however you want to proceed.
Okay. So I'm missing a document. So Todd Banks, again, Kenmore Air owns the sediments. I have a document. And Todd Banks continues to decline to have its sediments tested. And I will present that. There is one interesting document on A3, and that is that today the Kenmore Industrial Park claims total contamination. And that is I don't know where that is. Okay. Also from this study are the currents, and I printed that out for everyone, are the currents that show the highly contaminated area of Kenmore Air Harbor, which is like 90 parts per trillion dioxin, in the area closest to Kenmore Air. So the Harbor Village Marina, excuse me, I misspoke, has the 90 parts per trillion. The current goes from Harbor Village Marina towards Kenmore Air, out to Lake Washington, and also back to the shores in a clockwise direction. And that is in that 1980 study. It's figure 5. So, in April 18 of 2012, Kenmore Air was quite upset that the barges, I printed this out, there on the, okay, was quite upset that the barges were translocating sediments from and depositing them on his waterfront. Silt, aircraft wear and tear, compensation for site management, and I'm not seeing it on the document list, but it is on disk A3, and I know I printed it out, so A3. Oh, here it is, G, A3G, letter from Todd Banks to David Baker. Very upset. Then, I removed the abstract because I'm not able to speak to the CDC levels of contamination, so I just removed that. So there is an email on disk A6 from Paul, first of all, there's one from Todd Banks to to Nancy Ousley, dated June 18, 2012, and she asks if he would like to be part of the testing that North Lake Marina wanted to be part of, and Harbor Village Marina wanted to be part of. If he would like testing, since he's surrounded, by contaminants.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I will object to any emails or communications regarding some testing that was done outside of this application.
This was not.
Hold on.
There was no
Hold
testing.
on. Let me hear the objection before you interrupt.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would object to this apparent email and anything related or similar to it that discuss testing participation or non-participation, because it has nothing to do with the issues before us today, which is whether there are contaminants that the city did not take into account in developing the mitigation for the work to be done.
Ms. Hurst, I do need to be apprised so that I can better understand where you're going with your references.
Yes.
I must admit I am very confused. Because let me remind you that we're looking at environmental documents that the city prepared based on an environmental checklist that was filled out by an applicant. And then based on that information and other information, the city then issued a threshold determination. That's what happens under the State Environmental Policy Act. You have raised in an appeal questions about whether that process was done properly.
Yes.
And yet today you seem to me to be wandering in many different directions. I need you to bring it all back to where you believe the city failed in its process of environmental review.
Yes.
That's the ultimate issue I have to decide.
They did not.
It seems to me you're bringing in all sorts of information about children and fish, and we got past that, and now we're looking at other sites that may have been contaminated. We need to focus on the issue that's before me that I have to decide, and it's becoming confusing for me.
All right.
Can you bring it back to the issue of where you believe the city made an error?
Yes, the city did not proceed to test. Kenmore Air owns the sediments, and the city could have required them to test. There's a second document. The city is now helping Kenmore Air lobby.
I can tell right away I need to object to this document or testimony. It's not relevant whatsoever.
Perhaps, Ms. Hurst, and I've been patient. I'm trying to listen and trying to understand where you're going with your presentation of the case. Maybe each time you can tell me, here's where I believe the city made a mistake, and then that'll help keep us in the scope of the hearing, which is to review the environmental documents that the city prepared and then relied on other documents that others prepared to come up with a threshold determination that with certain conditions there would be not any significant adverse environmental impacts. And it's not substantial, the word is significant. And that's what you have alleged in your appeal. Please present information that's related to that issue. So maybe you can start now. You have an objection in front of us, and you wanted to present information about lobbying. Tell me how that's related to the environmental review by the city.
Todd Banks was very upset that he was getting these sediments. That's in the letter.
Examiner, I really did have to object. She has many times characterized how Todd Banks felt and what he did, and I would object to any characterizations of what anyone
It's in the letter.
has been doing.
Did you want me to read the letter?
No.
Okay.
I'm asking you, again, I feel like we're wandering outside the scope. The testimony that you began to present was something about the city helping Kenmore Air lobby. And we had an objection from the city that that's outside the scope of this hearing.
Well,
so what you can do to help me understand where you're going is, do you want to present testimony about lobbying efforts of the city?
No.
Is that something you want to do?
No, what I
Well, then
want...
the objection is sustained, and we'll
Okay.
move on to the next issue.
All right.
And as you introduce an issue, it's helpful if you can inform me. The next issue I'd like to present relates to how we believe the city made a mistake in doing its environmental review.
All right.
And explain to me what issue.
All right.
Right now, it's very difficult for me to track where you're going.
Okay. On disc A4, I want to substantiate Mamie's testimony about the mills. So there is a site hazard assessment that says, and I submitted this on the disc, that the area south of the dredge channel, while the Newburgh Shingle and Lumber Mill occupied the area north of the channel. So before, maybe I should present this historically, but before Kenmore Air was where it is, there was a shingle mill upland that burned, and it was one of the biggest shingle mills in the Pacific Northwest. It was called the McMaster Shingle Mill. And it's in the documents, so it's on A4. When Newburgh took over that land, which had a lot of shore sediments, he used the boggy area as a dumping ground. He dumped peelings from his logs and whatever else. As that shore increased in height, he sold that land to Kenmore Air, the bog and the upland area that he had cleaned and put in a sawmill and a shingle mill. Kenmore Air then filled that bog with construction and excavations from 2 streets. And it's well documented that Kenmore was surrounded, the whole northeast area of Kenmore was surrounded by mills. Upland, they had their machinery, they were taking the logs on trams down to the waterfront. So those 2 streets where the excavations came from were likely contaminated. We don't really know. No one tested the soils before they were dumped at the shore. Now, there is on disc A3 a letter from Vivian Roach that shows on the attached map that Kenmore Air owns the sediments underwater, under the pier. She has no authority over that. She does at Harbor Village Marina because they don't own the sediments. That ownership was created when the lake was lowered and the state sold off the boggy areas. So we don't know what's in that bog. Okay. And I have, as far as the SEPA appeal goes, I will introduce 3 witnesses now. The first is Janet. Again, she wants to list the cases that we have won against the city and against the state, against government, in protecting the clean waters where the state has been negligent and the city has been negligent. Yes, just give them your list. It's on disc 5. And I see you didn't get that, but you should have. Is that right? Did you get disc 5?
Disc 5.
Yes.
We did not receive that. It's document A5, and it's on the document list as not found. So there was packets of material delivered to my office and to the city, and we were not able to locate that disk.
Okay.
But tell me again, what is it?
It's a list of all the actions. It's a list of all the actions citizens have taken upon themselves to defend the Clean Water Act and to see that to see that a Section 7 was done. And we've won all those actions. And I just want Janet to list the actions that we've won. And then I want to call an expert witness.
Mr. Examiner, once again, I'll have to object to this line of questioning and the
It was
testimony.
turned in, though. The disc was turned in, and one went to Kenmore Air.
Regardless of whether it was turned in.
Hold on a minute. I'm trying to listen to objection. It's really important that you allow me to listen before, and I'm listening to you all, so allow me to listen to the city. Mr. Kasaguma is objecting to, please continue.
To the document, as well as the testimony, which apparently will be that certain citizens have challenged actions for the lack of the Section 7 consultation and the ESA, which has nothing to do with this case.
That would be state.
I believe that's what you said, correct?
Wishes to testify about citizen actions to, uphold protests? What is it, Ann Hurst, that you want this? I don't want to hear the testimony because I, too, am thinking, how does this relate to your allegation that the city didn't do a proper environmental review? Testifying about citizen actions against government. Is that what you said it was going to be?
Yes, this is historic. The city, since the Growth Management Board has not tested and before. And these are actions that the city could have helped with, but they just ignored.
Tell me how that relates to the issue.
Violations of the Clean Water Act, where barges too large for the Kenmore Navigation Channel kick up sediments into Kenmore Air and beyond. They gun it right at Kenmore Air.
Well, let's see if we can just short circuit this. I don't follow what you're doing entirely, but it seems to me you want to present evidence that there is some indication of contamination in this area, right?
Dramatic.
And that you believe that the city should have done additional testing as part of its environmental review.
Yes, and this part, too, is why we should have testing.
Well,
Why we need
let me
testing.
check with the city, because I'm not informed yet by the city. But, Mr. Kasaguma, is there any city denial of, was there any testing done as part of the environmental review for contaminants?
No, the city did not require Kenmore Air to do an independent test, no. But testing has been done of the navigation channel beside Kenmore Air, which you will hear a lot of testimony about in the city's case.
Okay.
And those are based on documents that even the appellants have produced for your consideration.
All right. So there's no disagreement that the city did not conduct additional testing. They relied upon testing that's already occurred. So we don't have a factual issue there. The city's just admitted we did not do additional testing. So if that's what you wanted to show to me, I can just agree to make that finding that the city did not conduct additional studies on contaminants in this area as part of their environmental review. Is that where you're going with all of this?
Yes.
Okay.
Because,
well, why don't we just make that finding? I'm going
right.
to write it down right now.
Great, thank you.
And that might help
The
in
ESA.
presentation of your case.
So the final piece of evidence then is from ecology, urging the city to not drive these pilings, and there are 8 of them, not 3, before testing is done, that the city require.
Okay, now let me get down this agreed finding, because I think this is an important development. And any time when we can come to an agreement that the city believes what you're trying to show, that they agree it's true, that helps. We can reduce the
Good.
hearing time.
Good.
So I think what I heard, and the city agreed with this, the city did not conduct additional reviews of
Kenmore Air has
soil contaminants.
never been tested.
Well, the city didn't say that. They said they didn't have Kenmore Air conduct additional studies, and the city did not on its own conduct additional studies, but there were studies done of contaminants.
Not at Kenmore Air's shorelines.
Well, that's outside what we're talking about. You presented studies of contaminants in the area,
Yes, yes.
and the city did not conduct additional reviews of soil contamination as part of its environmental review process.
Yes, even though they were urged by ecology to make that
Well, that's
requirement.
still coming up.
Okay.
I just want to get down the agreed finding, because the city did not conduct additional reviews of soil contamination as part of its
Underwater soil.
underwater soil,
Yeah, it's all underwater.
okay, as part of its SEPA environmental review.
Yes.
It's up there. Consult 7.
And that's why you had a lot of witnesses here and studies to make that point.
Yes.
And Mr. Kasaguma is being cooperative on behalf of the city, and we're going to make sure this is appropriate, because this makes my job a lot easier, too.
Right. I would like to edit. And as
Hold
far
on.
as this...
Hold on, I'm checking this
Oh.
with the city.
Okay.
I believe this is what the city agreed, and it is not disputing. So you don't need to do any more testimony or any more argument about it.
Mhm.
The city did not conduct additional reviews of underwater soil contamination as part of its SEPA environmental review process.
That's correct.
And you wanted to make that point,
Yes.
and the city has agreed. We didn't do that. As part of our environmental review process, we did not have additional studies conducted.
Yes.
Stop? Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we can move to your next point. And anytime we can get what I call an agreed finding, that is very helpful for this record. So you wanted to make a point about ecology. You were beginning
Yes,
to make that.
ecology, in response to the SEPA mitigated determination of non-significance, wrote a letter May 28.
And what document is that, please?
A3,
Mr. Denman, I do have an objection to this, but I'll wait until Ms. Hurst has described to you
Let's
what
get the document in front of us first. A3 what?
I'm not seeing it on the, it's,
Well, what is
A3.
there an individual?
oh, I'm sorry, it's A3B.
A3B.
Mm-hmm. And I just want to read the first paragraph. I printed out the entire letter for everyone.
Okay.
Ecology-
28th letter from Department of Ecology. I have that in front of me. Thank
Okay.
you.
Should I read now?
If you'd like to, yes.
Okay. Ecology recommends that the city require sampling of sediments in the areas where new pilings will be installed to depths of proposed pilings, and to ensure that the new piling is not driving contaminants deeper. If contaminants are found to be located in the area where new piling is to be installed, there should be engineering design implemented to ensure that the construction does not cause impact to the environment. Well, they have done some engineering, and I was planning to speak to the SEPA later when Kenmore Air presents the SEPA. I didn't present the SEPA.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. What do you mean, present the SEPA?
Kenmore
What's that?
Air in their evidence has the SEPA, and I have objections to the way it was done. Should
Kenmore
I?
Air and its evidence. Explain what you mean by that. They did not present any
I
documents.
misspoke. The city, in its documents, has the SEPA, and
What does the SEPA mean to you?
it's the application, it's the environmental checklist
Mm-hmm.
by Kenmore Air,
Okay.
and it's incorrect, and the evidence in the city regarding the Army Corps okay, and the hydraulic, what's the? HPA, hydraulic project approval, were at first were based on both incorrect and incomplete information.
Okay. Well, now's the time for you to present that case.
You think I should? What I'd like to do is ask that in cross. Can I do that?
Okay, that's how you want to
Okay.
do it?
And what I would like to do next, since we've settled that we have not had testing, is ask Richard Honor. He's an expert witness.
Mr. Examiner,
Yes, Mr.
would
Kasaguma.
now be the appropriate time for me to object to the admission of, or the consideration of A3B?
Well, we did have Ms. Hurst testify to that and read a portion of that letter. What is the nature of your objection?
This is a letter dated May 28th, 2015, from Maura O'Brien to Brian Hampson, the Development Services Director. And it does say in the middle of the letter what Ms. Hurst just read to you. We would object to the introduction of this document into this proceeding for this reason. The city embarked upon and used a optional DNS process under WAC 197.11.355, which meant that in May of 2014, a year and 2 months ago, the city issued a notice of application combined with a notice that it was likely to issue a DNS for this project. That notice required everyone to comment within 30 days on the application and the proposed DNS. The Department of Ecology responded within that period of time, and that document is city exhibit, and I'll have to get the letter for you. What is that? It's a email to the city from Maura O'Brien.
Right. Good.
And it's C18. That email from Maura O'Brien of the Department of Ecology essentially said, we don't have any comments. Because the city used that process, the city had the option under the SEPA regulations to then issue its MDNS, which it did on May 8th of 2015. That MDNS stated on its face that if you object to this MDNS, you are to file an appeal with the hearing examiner. At the end of that period of time for appealing, the Department of Ecology sent this letter. So in the city's opinion, this letter is untimely, and it should not be considered by the hearing examiner in this proceeding. If the hearing examiner is wanting to consider, however, it is nothing more than a recommendation after the fact, which the city could certainly take into account in the future on future applications. But because it was submitted past a year and 2 months past the deadline for submitting comments on the notice of application and proposed DNS, it's not before the city, and it should not be before the hearing examiner today.
Ms. Hurst, do you want to respond to the city's objection?
Yes, thank you. This letter is based on new evidence, which also the city will present. It's high contamination of the Kenmore navigation channel, which I don't understand why all the city evidence is about the Kenmore navigation channel. None of those sediments are suitable for open water disposal. The whole dredging process has to be taken to special upland dumps, special dumps.
May I make a
Is that
statement?
it, your response?
Yes.
May I make a statement?
Well, Mr. Kasaguma, the appellant's response is that there was additional information that ecology is responding to. And it's hard for me to know, but in the letter on page 2, there's a reference to item 7A, environmental health and checklist. I'm not sure what that is. Is that the reference to
We would contest Ms. Hurst's statement that there's significant new information that occurred after the comment period last May of 2014. The document that is referenced in item 5 on page 2 of the letter, which we just referenced,
Yes.
one of our witnesses will be testifying to that memorandum, and that testimony essentially will be that there was nothing new that showed up. All that memorandum shows is that the sediment has a level of certain contaminants that would not allow the dredging material to be placed in open water in Elliott Bay. That dredging material, however, would be placed upland. But
Right.
that memo does
But
not say that dredging cannot occur.
And I'm not, without getting into the details of it, your objection had to do with a procedural one and your allegation that ecology didn't follow proper procedures in commenting on a proposed MDNS and then using the appeal process. I think that's your
Correct.
objection. And I'm looking at the letter itself, and it references documents that are after May of 2014, including a January 2015 study. And it does seem to me that ecology is referencing information that came to light after the city issued its proposed MDNS. That's the reference it makes, particularly on that first paragraph of page 5. And I think we know enough about SEPA that the adherence to specific timeframes other than appeal is not required. The idea is, as information comes to light, in fact, I think there are direct regulations on this in the administrative code, that information is to be included. The whole idea is environmental disclosure. So it seems to me the letter is appropriate in the context of ongoing disclosure, particularly with its references to studies and determinations made after May of 2014. I agree with you that it's not to be viewed as a comment letter on the MDNS. I think it's likely to be misidentified in the ecology subject line. But it is information that seems to relate to this proposed project that ecology found, or it came to their information that this information was there, and they're bringing it to the attention of the city. So for that purpose,
Can I respond to that?
we're going to let it be referred to.
I just want to make clear for the record, though, that the city takes the position that any comments or suggestions concerning an MDNS that has already been issued and made during the appeal period is untimely, and the city is not required to take that into account. If the person wants to challenge the MDNS or agency, it must do so by appealing, as the appellants have done to you, to say that the MDNS should be set aside because of some information available to this other agency that it wants to put into the record, and therefore used to argue that the MDNS is improper.
Well, let me clarify my ruling. I agree with you that it cannot be used to undo an MDNS. It's not a decision I would make if it's submitted after the appeal or after the comment. It is an agency with expertise, and the city at any point has an option to say, we're going to reopen our environmental review process. Wouldn't you agree? They can do that even after an appeal period and say, new information has come to light, we're going to review our MDNS. That's an option the city has.
It's an option, but it's rarely done.
It's, well, for good reason.
We have to have a cutoff point when people
Exactly.
stop
There has to be a cutoff point.
bombarding the city with information that may or may not be relevant.
Right. So I'm allowing this letter to be referred to in that context, that ecology is bringing to the attention of the city, here's some new information. The city then can consider whether or not it wants to reopen the process. I take it in this case it declined to do so. But the letter is a letter from an agency with expertise, and we can reference it during this proceeding, but it'll not be relied upon me as the reason to overturn an MDNS if that's a path I even choose to take. All right?
Thank you for that explanation. Thank you.
Any further information, Ms. Hirsch,
Well,
from the city?
we have two witnesses. I don't know if they are pertinent anymore now that we agree this has not been tested. One is pertinent yet. One is, and so, Derek, we've pretty much covered with Janet's, okay.
Do you want a minute to check with your witnesses?
No, we're fine. David Bain is an expert in chemicals of concern that go up the food chain. If you wanted get the horror story of the consequences of this, he can testify. And Richard Honor is an expert in setting up testing, and he can testify as to why you test to historic depths and what is that and how to economically test. We just want testing done before the sediments are disturbed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, it's into the lunch hour. It's 12:15.
Okay.
So it's time to check in with all parties present to see how best to proceed.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing that you may wish to consider is whether you want to present those witnesses. That's really your decision.
Okay.
But do that over a break.
All right.
And then come back for the afternoon session, and then you can decide whether you want to present an additional witness and what they would speak to, or whether you hear the city's response to your appeal.
Okay.
Would that be agreeable to you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. How much time do you need for a break? Not more than an hour? Does the city, how much time would you need? An hour would be fine?
Mm-hmm.
Shall we return to this hearing room then at 1:15?
Okay.
And we'll check with you, Ms. Hurst, as to whether you want to present any additional witnesses.
All right.
If not, we'll go directly to the city's rebuttal to your case.
Thank you.
Okay? We stand then in recess until 1:15.
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon. We've returned to the Kenmore Council Chambers, and this is a continuation of the hearing begun this morning on the appeal of a SEPA mitigated determination of non-significance. Appellant Representative Ann Hurst has returned to the hearing room, and as has the city and its attorney, Mr. Kasaguma. So, Ms. Hurst, at this time, I wanted to check in with you and see if you had additional witnesses you wanted to present.
We do. Two of them are not yet in the room, but so going a little out of order, I'd like to ask Richard Honor to be a witness who will talk about historic depth, testing to historic depths, and economically testing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very good. And while he's settling himself in the witness chair, I thought it might be appropriate to return to where we started, which is a list of the issues that I attempted to summarize.
Mm-hmm.
And then I recognize in your opening statement you articulated a little bit differently into three areas.
Yes.
So I'd like to just check in with that, because your expression in your opening remarks was that you wanted to show the city has not tested.
Yes.
The city's agreed, that's true. Secondly, you wanted to show why there should be testing.
Yes.
And then thirdly, what type of testing is appropriate.
Yes.
And it seems to me that's what you're following through on today in your appeal.
Yes, yes. But we'll go a touch out of order. We're going to cover point 3 before we've put all of the why should test of point 2 in, because two of our witnesses have not returned.
Okay.
All right. Oh, Derek has returned. It might.
And David is here too.
Oh,
And Elizabeth.
oh, okay.
You've got everyone here.
Okay, great.
And
well,
that's good.
then, is it all right if we just continue?
Sure,
out of
but let me
order?
check in with something.
Okay.
So the three issues that you presented
Mm-hmm.
seem to me that they cover your appeal. And that list of 8 that I first gave you,
Yes.
each one of those sort of falls under one of those topic headings. Is that
Yes.
how it seems to you?
It does.
Okay. So I'm looking, forward to making my decision. And when I do that, I think I'll address those 3 areas that you
Thank
laid
you.
out. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Very good. All right, so we do have now additional time for you to present witnesses. You chose to do so, and then we will get to the city's response.
Okay, since Richard Honor's already settled in, I'm just going to let him answer.
Okay,
Depth
first
of
I'm
his-
going to ask that he take the oath, and then you may proceed.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Do you swear to tell truth and testimony you give today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You want him just to give his narrative testimony then?
I think that's best. He's the scientist, I'm not.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. And thank you for your attention to focus and discipline and protocol. That's very helpful. Those of us who are not the primary people involved in this citizen action group constantly need reminding of what is our job, intended job.
Thank you.
I do not offer you data today. I do not offer you documents. I do not offer you levels of contaminants. I offer two things. One is my opinions about what I've seen by reviewing nearly all of the documents involved over the last several years, and then some personal recommendations. So personal opinions, personal recommendations, no data, no documents.
Okay. What is your background as you reviewed these?
I have a doctorate in microbiology from the University of California, dating way back. Let's see, this is 2015, so this will be my 52nd year of working in environmental issues in California and in Washington State. And I've also done environmental monitoring for NASA, JPL, in Antarctica as part of the U.S. Antarctic Research Program, for the U.S. Department of Energy on Indian tribes throughout the West on energy development, part of Katrina, contamination, and so on.
You have expertise in issues related to microbiology then?
More than that.
More than that.
Because also I have worked for 10 years in cancer research, meaning more of the epidemiology about what causes cancer, such things as exposure to environmental contaminants and pollutants. And then a couple of decades in infectious diseases research, addressing matters of immune suppression that set the stage for the onset of infections. And now currently, I'm working on a major project of dioxins and furans with regard to testing and analysis of these compounds in sludges, soils, wetlands, water, sediments. And I'm also working on a major project on flame retardants, which are chemically similar to dioxins and furans, again in sludges, soils, waters, sediments, wetlands, streams, rivers, Puget Sound. And the reason I can't speak today is because yesterday I spent the day working on a lead contamination project toward Mount Rainier in an extremely dusty, toxic environment. So if I'm puffy and can't speak, it's because of that exposure from yesterday.
Okay, well, I can hear you just fine.
Good, thank you.
Appreciate you being here and
Yeah.
with your background and expertise in the areas you just described. So please continue.
Yeah. My opinions first. I've looked at the documents from the Army Corps of Engineers sampling, ecology sampling, the anchor work, and I've had to shake my head in disbelief from the very beginning, because no one with a serious basis in science for this kind of testing would ever do those kinds of studies. The protocols are flawed, the methods are flawed, and therefore you cannot really make valid conclusions. And that is not because anyone did anything wrong. It is likely because the ambitions of the testing projects were limited rather than comprehensive in scope. The benefit of all of that earlier historical testing, however, is that we do have the ability to make some responses to specific questions, such as, are there dioxins and furans in the waters and sediments and shoreline areas of Lake Washington? Yes. Whether the levels are relevant, whether they sampled the proper sites, whether they tested for the right analytes is a different matter. But we know they're there. That's very important information. When it comes to actionable data, which would launch proper action by the city, that's a different matter. So that will bleed into my recommendation, which is exactly what it was 2 years ago and 3 years ago when I looked at all of this, is that no one, for any cause or reason, well-intended or not, should disturb any of these sediments for any reason, whether it is putting in a piling, taking out a piling, putting in a bulkhead, taking out a bulkhead, dredging a channel, doing any kind of construction, prop wash, anything that would disturb these settlements, because there are several things we've learned in this science over many decades, and that is when people test for dioxins, typically they don't know what they are. There's not a thing, a dioxin. There is a cardinal compound, but it is a collection of related polyhalogenated biphenyls that are more or less toxic depending on the form they're in. And when someone tests for, just pick one dioxin such as TCDD, what you learn is that it's there or not at a certain level. But what you cannot foretell, because you do not test for it, is what is the fate distribution and biological activity of the degradation products thereof. I work with some leading labs that are EPA certified labs with scientists there that do the cutting edge research on discovering what these compounds are and what are the kinds of toxicities we expect from them. And what we're learning as a generalization, I will offer no specifics, soon to be published data, is that the degradation products of such as dioxins, furans, flame retardants that have similar chemicals, the degradation products, whether by UV light, whether by oxygen, whether by microbial activity, are often more toxic than the parent compounds themselves. So someone in my position, the kind of work I do, when someone says there's a certain level of these 4 or 5 or 6 dioxins, my logical question is, what is the toxicity of the degradation products? And what you'll find is that standard testing labs have no idea, because they don't have any capability for testing for these compounds which are newly revealed to medicine and chemistry and environmental science. More of that is to be learned, but what we do know is that the toxicities are often greater than the parent compounds. And the point of all of that conversation is that if someone detects a dioxin at a certain level and they assign a level of toxicity, as we saw in these reports, oh, it's safe or it's not safe, that holds no merit whatsoever, because no one has tested for the more toxic degradation products. So the toxicity is assumed to always be greater than the levels in anyone's report.
What does toxicity mean to you?
Well, toxicity means that it causes aberrant biological effects or behavior, typically at the cellular level, often at the tissue level, and often at the organism level. There's another area of toxicity that comes in here that is becoming even more important now with agencies such as the Food and Drug Administration. When I talk about cancer research that I've done for a decade and a couple of decades of infectious diseases research, what that means is that I'm a developer of pharmaceutical products for human use, intended for human use, and that requires an enormous menu of safety toxicology studies. And in the case of environmental science, we're not dealing with one cancer drug or one antibiotic. We're talking about a milieu, a great mixture of chemicals. So the concept of synergistic toxicity comes into this. So if someone is worried about lead, and someone asked a question earlier about what are the levels, do you have a chart? I can tell you that's a meaningless question, because for regulatory matters or legal matters, such as with the State Department of Ecology or the EPA, it's an interesting number on a chart. But if you look at just the 9 regulated reportable metals, I think it's 8 now, and you think of the combinations, you're talking about tens of thousands of combinations, and then at different levels, even more. And if you are a mathematician and you think in terms of permutations, you can get to 1 billion potential combinations. And if you take lead and copper, or lead and zinc, or selenium and cadmium and so on, and start mixing these at levels that are even less than are shown in the charts and tables from the agencies, the toxicity is way beyond, way beyond. And when we talk here about metals such as lead or zinc in our sediments and soils and water, the permutations and combinations become very large. And think then not only the combinations of metals, but add that to the many species of dioxins and furans, flame retardants, which we're beginning to show are in these sediments, and then combine those chemicals with metals, and you have unbelievable toxicity. So it's no wonder that as human beings, we now expect that when people get to a certain age, they're going to have arthritis, or that kids have ADD and ADHD, or someone has Parkinson's disease or Alzheimer's, or certain tumors. Because nearly all chronic diseases are the result of long-term exposure to low levels of environmental contaminants and pollutants.
Okay, and that's helpful. Thank you for that general background and explanation that different compounds in combination can have higher levels of toxicity because of the interactive capabilities, and also that it may cause, as you explained, toxicity, aberrant or abnormal behavior, particularly in cellular structure.
Sure.
So that's the general background. We're here today on this specific site and specific contaminants that have been referenced in the appellate materials. Can you move into that with a little bit more detail?
Yeah, that's where I started into the recommendations and got myself sidetracked. I do that a lot. The recommendation is that, back to where I was, no form of disturbance of the sediments should be allowed by the city, county, state, or federal agencies until there is comprehensive testing performed on a broad area, looking at the horizontal view from the helicopter view that may go from the Lake Forest Park eastern boundary all the way to the bridge over here at Juanita Bridge. And who knows to what depths? That's the horizontal view. The vertical view is that this kind of testing needs to be done to what are referred to as horizontal depths. And that means to whatever depth it may be until you get to the diminished levels of those toxins. So that's a big grid with lots of holes that may be at different depths, but not...
Well, step back for a minute, because you're about to describe what type of testing might be required to determine the level of toxicity. But even before that, why would one research or undertake studies in any area? For example, you have a large number of lakes in the state of Washington. Would your recommendation be you test every lake, the entire surface and the sediments?
No, because...
So why on this particular site is it your opinion that there should be testing?
There is an historical body of evidence that reveals to us that back to the 1800s at least, these were industrial sites. These were logging industry camps. These were diesel-generated saws, steam engine-powered saws heated by diesel. These were gasoline trucks with fuel depots all up and down the shoreline. So we had lots of petroleum product opportunities. And as Ms. Hurst pointed out earlier, with her historical perspective, also it was a site of milling operations and shingle production operations. Some of those are reported, and it's in the historical literature, were burned to the ground. And when you burn such things as oil-ridden cedars and other things, what you end up with is this class of compounds known as dioxins and furans. And they are not just compounds that are restricted or isolated to one sediment. They actually move, because what these chemicals do, their behavior, is they bond to organic particles, they bond to other kinds of even nanoparticles, none of which were investigated more than just a few years ago. And as water moves, these things move about. It's their natural behavior. They're not like lead particles that sink to the bottom. They get into this churned water layer and have a tendency to move around and migrate, whether someone disturbs it or not, just by the basic water flows and storm water movement and flows down from the river into the lake, and just lake circulatory movements on their own.
Okay, and you noted early in your testimony you reviewed a number of studies of lake contamination or sediment contamination. I believe that's what you were referencing. In those reviews, did you see anything related to the Kenmore Air property that we're looking at today?
Just the 3 reports that I received from this group, which were the Anchor, Ecology, Army Corps. Yeah.
So in those reviews, did you see that there might be evidence of some type of contaminants that lead to toxicity?
They report lead, they report dioxins and furans, and when I see that, then I envision, based on many years of experience, how the different degradation products and different combinations and purons add to the toxic effects of these kinds of compounds in an aqueous environment.
Okay. And I think I hear your testimony stating that it's not possible to determine the level of toxicity just based on the contaminant alone.
Cannot.
Okay. And is there a methodology for doing that?
There is. There are standard toxicology tests. One of the big areas I work on is sewage sludge from wastewater treatment plants that is dumped all throughout our forests, all around Puget Sound, and into our waterways, about 35,000 tons a year. And one of the problems that I have, one of the challenges I have with King County Wastewater Treatment Division, the State Department of Ecology, and the EPA, is that not one of those agencies has ever conducted a valid safety toxicology test on any of the materials they dump in our forest. Yet at the same time, their regular reports to the public, to the community, use the word safe. These are safe. They've been treated. These are safe. Empty information absent any ever single safety toxicology study. I hold fears that the same is going on here. While we report levels of metals and levels of dioxins and furans, and I can easily predict we have abundant flame retardants, which are even more toxic, no one has conducted that kind of testing, and you wouldn't do that testing until you did a careful analysis of the kinds and quantities of those various compounds here. The testing is restricted to a very short list of analytes. So what I'm saying is I'm not blaming any of the testers. I don't think the city has really done anything wrong. I think there is an absence of a core basis of information upon which to make decisions about any disturbance of the sediments.
Okay, yet your testimony is that disturbance of sediment should be avoided.
Avoided.
But then also that there are standard toxicity tests that could be applied.
Yes.
All right, and for this particular site, if you were reviewing this site and its parameters, and given the background that you're aware of, could you devise such a toxicity test that would determine the level?
Yes, it can be done on the grand scale or on the very short indicator scale. Someone typically does a short series of indicator toxicology tests. If there's none, there's none. If there is an adverse effect noted, then you would go to expanded, more expensive methods. It's the same with testing. There is no need to test for long lists at a high cost of toxins and furans and metals. The list should be to a couple of key indicator species, 1 or 2 dioxins, 1 or 2 furans, a couple of metals. Okay. If there's nothing there, carry on. If there's something there, proceed to the next level, now seeking perhaps funds from state or federal levels. But
did your review of the studies you mentioned provide you sufficient evidence to determine what contaminants might be present, what should be tested for?
They are reported in all 3.
Can you identify what those are?
I don't recall the species of dioxins and furans. There are multiple species of each, but there are, as I recall, I identified a couple of indicator species of dioxins and furans, and I would certainly go for something as simple as lead and zinc. You also have the issues of species of metals, whether it's total lead or there are different oxidative forms and reactive forms that are more biologically active that are seldom tested for. So the presence of lead is one thing, yes or no, it's there or not, and if it is, do you have some of the more toxic forms? But again, I would approach that in a staged fashion.
Well, and this may be related to the question I want to ask, and I know it can't be a comprehensive answer, but maybe some indication of what it would take, both in terms of what it would take to do the testing, both in terms of the time involved, and it can be a range of time, and any ability to estimate even very roughly the type of cost that might be involved.
The first thing it takes is the will, because environmental matters are actually issues of public health and safety and human and environmental health, and there is some separations in there, but they must be considered. And that doesn't mean whatever the cost may be, let's go for it. It doesn't mean that. Going on the stepwise fashion, you're really talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars of discovery work, not millions, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Whether it's 3 or 4, 8 or 9, I can't tell you. But I would recommend that it's done by an objective outside lab that has never to date had anything to do with any of this, because there is not cheating, but there is a subjective component perhaps to testing, and you don't ever want to be in a position of someone suggesting there may have been. So I would use a completely separated objective outside lab to do such. But the first thing is a sampling and testing plan with clear objectives of what the outcome would be, and then what actions would be taken in response to such outcome possibilities. So,
and maybe this is a better way to get at it. You testified that you're familiar with at least 3 studies that have been done in this area. Do you have any indication from review of those studies how much time or cost might have been involved?
No.
Okay. But would it, in your experience, would testing take more than a year?
No.
A matter of a few months, do you think?
Probably more than a few months. Actually, the biggest part is putting together the testing protocol and the sampling plan and the logistics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there are other considerations about when, under what conditions. Would you do it during a major storm when there's maximum sediment disruption, or on the calmest day when things are the way they are? Yeah, there's a lot involved in the planning. I could anticipate 90 days of planning and 60 days maximum for execution, and then it might take another 6 months for analytical testing and report generation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let me check in with your representative of the appellant. Ms. Hurst, do you have questions for Mr. Honor? Dr. Honor?
I think Richard's answered them, and I think the statement he made that you don't have to test for everything is wise, because the city conducted some very expensive testing for everything, and not to a historical depth. Is that what you're... Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Honor, stay present for a moment. We'll see if the city has any questions about your testimony. Mr. Kasakuma?
Thank you. Mr. Honor, these recommendations and opinions that you've testified to today relating to testing protocols and sampling plans and so forth, have any of them been adopted by the Department of Ecology?
Unfortunately, no.
Have any of them been adopted by the EPA?
I believe so, but they can't have adopted the full spectrum of what I spoke, because the degradation products and the permutations and combinations, synergistic toxicity work is beyond their budgets at present.
Okay, so they don't use it?
Not now.
And does the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife use any of your protocols and opinions and
I
recommendations?
don't know that, but I would doubt it.
How about the Army Corps of Engineers?
I would not know that.
And you've testified that you had disbelief when you reviewed the documents that you referred to. I'd like you to point out to us the sentences and points in the, first of all, the Department of Ecology May 2013 report, which is one of them that you read, I'm assuming. I'd like you to review that and tell us what you object to and what you disagree with.
My disbeliefs were based on the fact that there are very important issues related to, as I stated, public safety and human health and human and environmental health. And I believe, my personal opinion, that's why I started by stating these are my opinions, is that the testing is merely superficial, perhaps by intent to get a first cut look at what is in there. As I stated, you would want to know, are there members of the classes of dioxins and furans in there or not? Yes or no? And the answer was yes. So based on that, if that were an objective, that's a good answer. If it were to evaluate risk and threat or harm, no.
My question to you, my comment to you actually then is, would you please start with the May 2013 Department of Ecology report, which your appellants have a copy of, and it's Cities Exhibit C27. And I'd like you to go through that report and its appendices and tell us what specifically you disagree with and why.
Actually, I won't, because I don't have it. I haven't read it for many, many months.
I will have Ms. Hurst to give you a copy of C27, and I'm asking you to tell us specifically what is wrong with that report.
No data required.
I'm asking the question because we will be having one of the persons who prepared the background materials for that DOE report testifying today. And I think Mr. Honor owes us the courtesy of telling us specifically what is wrong with those reports and plans and strategies and analyses.
Okay, well, you've asked him the question, what did he find
I'd like him
objectionable about the Ecology 2013 study, which we have in front of us, is C27.
Please be more specific than saying I disagree with almost everything in it.
I disagree with the plan, the protocol, the methods. I think they're flawed if you are going to evaluate the risk, harm, and threat. If your ambition with any of those three studies was to show the presence or absence, and in some cases even the levels of certain analytes to discover if there is a toxic risk or threat, then I think they were right on the money. That's what I said.
So I guess I'm going to repeat my request and ask the hearing examiner if we could be allowed the opportunity to have Mr. Honor point out specifically which statements in the reports he disagrees with. I'd appreciate it.
Well, this is what we're going to do, and I believe he testified he has his doctorate, so Dr. Honor. It's Dr. Honor, is it?
Yes.
And maybe we can do this. The city's going to present a witness that was one of the authors of the report. Is that what you stated?
Correct.
Are you able to remain in the hearing room during that testimony?
Absolutely, and even if you would require some one-on-one conversation after the meeting, I will make myself available to go over that. I just haven't reviewed them in a while. It is the concept of superficial testing as opposed to
and that's
in-depth.
fair.
Yeah.
What I want to have happen for the purposes of this record, and it seems the city's putting this at issue about the questions regarding that study, is present your witness, and Dr. Honor can listen, and then if the appellants choose to, they can present him as a rebuttal witness to get out on the record what might be his specific objections. But at this point, his answer is, it's been a while since I reviewed it, and my objection is general, that the protocols and methodology were questionable.
And I
don't want to go through it page by page unless you choose to do that with your witness.
I will not avoid your question. Believe that.
Okay, that's what we're going to do. Let's find out, do you have other questions?
I'm not interested in discussing after the hearing, but I appreciate the fact that you want to answer my question. So, should I assume that you did not reduce your recommendation, specific actually today, to writing in a scholarly paper or article?
I'm missing the question.
Did you reduce your recommendations and comments today to an article or paper?
No.
And therefore the city did not have a written document
Did not.
from you before it made its decision?
Did not.
I have nothing further.
Okay. Any questions for your witness?
No, I think he covered it very well. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you want me
Thank
to
you.
call our next witness? Or
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Arnott, for being here.
Or should Dan Berlin? Would it be better if Dan Berlin spoke next and then?
Well, it's your appeal, and it's
Okay.
your opportunity to present your appeal however you choose to do so.
All right, thank you. Then I think the next witness should be David Bain. He's got some back pain, so
He's got a broken back.
he needs to get home and rest. And by the way, none of our witnesses are paid, but they are often paid in court as expert witnesses.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and testimony you give today?
I do.
And are you comfortable being seated, or do you prefer to stand? What's best for you?
I'll probably be okay for a few minutes, which gives
Okay.
me an incentive to keep it brief.
Okay. Well, that's a lot of that's up to you. So I think the pattern that's been established by the appellant representative, Ann Hurst, is to allow you to introduce yourself for the record, provide some background on your area of expertise, and then just present narrative testimony.
Okay, I'm Dr. David Bain. I received my PhD in biology from the University of California at Santa Cruz, and I've been a killer whale biologist for over 35 years. I was involved in drafting the recovery strategy for resident killer whales for the Canadian government, and I was also a peer reviewer of the U.S. government's recovery plan for killer whales. And an important component of killer whale recovery has been to address toxins such as dioxins, furans, PCBs, PBDEs, and not so much in the metals area. So I've developed some expertise over the years in the consequences of those chemicals. I also work on population dynamics, where I look at things like calf survivorship and calf recruitment. And I participated in a Navy study on the relationship between toxin levels in bottlenose dolphins, which are closely related to killer whales, and the survivorship of their calves to about 6 months of age. So that's kind of the background I bring. And the two things I'd like to talk about are, one, answer the question you raised earlier about transport of these chemicals into biologically significant places, and the other would be what threshold determination do we need for harm to be concerned. So should I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Okay, well, as Dr. Arnott pointed out, there are toxins in the sediments that may be buried to the point that they're no longer accessible to biological organisms, but by the proposed actions, those may be brought up to the surface. And he also indicated that they can be picked up by small organisms like bacteria and other organisms like protozoans and plants that live on the lake bottom. And once that happens, they can be eaten by benthic invertebrates, and then the benthic invertebrates are consumed by juvenile salmon. And they'll pick up a small amount of contamination in the course of that. Then these contaminated salmon head out to sea and they consume more toxins. During their travels, they'll cover thousands of miles. It's usually at least 1,000 miles out to where they grow up, and then 1,000 miles back, and they have a couple years to swim around on their daily commutes, as opposed to their once-in-a-lifetime migration, but they cover thousands of miles. And then when they're coming back, these salmon may be consumed by people, and then the people will pick up those contaminants. They may be consumed by endangered killer whales, which is my concern. And another possibility is that they will survive to spawn. And if they survive to spawn, then the toxins they consume will be consumed by benthic invertebrates. And then there's another chance for the cycle to repeat to move those toxins into killer whales. Southern resident killer whales have been placed on the endangered species list. And work on killer whales around the world, about 5% of the population is normally newborn calves. And with about 80 southern residents remaining, we'd expect them to produce 4 viable calves per year. And by viable, I mean ones that live to 6 years of age. But over the last 3 years, the southern resident community has only produced a total of 4 viable calves. So that's about a third the number that we'd expect.
Okay, and I see where this is going, and I think we can agree that higher levels of toxicity from whatever the source are going to have a negative impact, particularly on the endangered species that you're familiar with. Can you focus on this particular site and why do you, well, let me ask, do you believe that this site has any contaminants of concern?
Yeah, the studies that you just talked about with Richard Honor identified dioxins and furans.
Did you look at those studies as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
And, I think the studies showed there's a scattering of levels depending on where you sample and how you sample. And that gives you uncertainty about what the exact levels would be at the site. So it kind of depends on how precautionary you want to be about estimating, how much would be brought up as a result of the activities.
And what about that disturbance when you say may be brought up? What type of disturbance are you concerned about?
Well, they're going to be, I think, removing existing pilings and then driving new ones down. And in the course of that, sediment that's currently, down around the bottom of the pilings will be stirred up, and some of that will come up to the surface in the course of that work.
Is there any indication in the 3 studies you reviewed that there is contaminants at that depth, or is that something you just would assume?
Yeah, what I saw is that there's sediment coming in from the Sammamish River, and that is bearing toxins. And then what I suspect has happened is that when they've done the dredging, they've dug down to the level that has these high levels of contaminants, brought it up to the surface, and then they've let it kind of drift around. And where you have piles of that have not been reburied, you're getting things like the Army Corps test that had very high levels in sediments measured near the surface. Some of the more deeper cores that average a lot of different depths are showing enough that they don't feel comfortable putting it on the surface out in Elliott Bay. They want to put it in a landfill where it's not going to become part of the ecosystem. So in the general vicinity, there is enough toxin to be worried about. And I think the question you need to resolve is whether there's enough at that particular site. And, as has been pointed out, without testing there, you won't know, so you'll have to infer based on the tests done in the area. And, they give you a range of values, and the actual value may be higher than anything in that range or lower than anything in that range. It's probably most likely to be at the mean.
Okay, what about mitigation of disturbance of contaminants? Are you familiar with any mitigation methods that might mitigate any travel of the type of contaminants we're talking about? Or transport?
Yeah, well, I saw that they were looking at using a curtain to keep whatever contaminants come out, close to the site where they were brought up. But as I pointed out, there are biological mechanisms for those to be transported thousands of miles. Another approach would be to, capture all the sediment, put it on a barge, and then haul it off to a landfill site. And, assuming that's done without error, that should work, rather effectively to prevent those toxins from getting into the ecosystem. And, I guess it'll be up to the people doing it to decide whether it's more economical to take an approach like that or do the test, hope there's nothing there that requires that much work, and, make their decisions accordingly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Were you able to review the environmental documents that the city prepared for this project?
I've reviewed some of them, but, as Richard Honor pointed out, we've been looking at those a while ago, and I broke my back about 2 weeks ago, so I haven't been able to refresh my memory on things.
Oh, yeah. Very painful experience, I'm
yeah.
sure. But you mentioned, I think, one of the mitigation measures. You mentioned the city was thinking they would use some kind of screen.
Yeah, a silt curtain.
Silt curtain. Any experience with that you've had about whether or how well that works?
Not personally. And I suspect it would work pretty well in the setting here. I think where you run into more trouble is marine conditions where you may have wave action that makes it more difficult. But Lake Washington is generally pretty flat.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you. Do you have questions you'd like to ask?
I've got
another. Okay.
Yeah. So in looking at the effect of toxins, we also have a northern resident killer whale that lives just north of the southern resident killer whale population, and they have significantly lower levels of toxins in them, and their calf production is quite a bit higher. And Sandy O'Neill did a study where she looked at toxin levels in salmon caught in different places, and in the roughly 200 miles between where northern residents are eating those salmon and southern residents are eating those salmon, she found an increase in the amount of toxin per calorie in the fish. And she felt that because southern resident killer whales needed to consume more toxins to get enough calories, that probably accounted for the difference. So you've got these fish that travel thousands of miles, but in 200 miles, they increase their toxin level enough that it's biologically significant to killer whales. So that, I think, it would probably be fair to say that if you captured all the toxins that these guys are going to gin up and injected it directly into a killer whale, there may not be enough there to cause a problem. But another case I was involved in was the Maury Island gravel mine. And I posed a question and a statement there, which raindrop caused the flood? And the idea behind that was that, there are a lot of cases like this that are all being decided separately. And, if I went up to you and said, oh, there's this huge storm coming, I've got this wonderful weather radar system, I'm going to measure all the raindrops, and I'm going to calculate which one is going to cause the flood, and I'm going to run out there with my Dixie cup, and I'm going to catch that raindrop and put it on the shelf, and I will have saved you from that flood. And, that's kind of the approach that's generally taken in these kind of matters, to say that, this is just a little spot and you'll bring up some toxins and, they'll get out into the environment, but they won't cause any harm. But what Judge Martinez realized is that it's really the policy behind how you set that threshold that matters. It's not the threshold for the individual circumstance. So, if you take this project and every comparable project from Central California to Southeast Alaska and look at how much extra toxins you're putting in the environment of all those projects at the level you decide is safe or unsafe, that's going to be what determines what happens with the killer whales, because they're eating fish that are picking up freshwater contaminants in all those areas. So, when you're thinking about the threshold, I would urge you to not just think about the threshold from this particular project, but the cumulative effect of all comparable projects. And, you might set a threshold up here if this were the only one, but with, thousands of them up and down the coast, you might need to set the threshold down here. And, I think that you may find there's enough evidence that there are enough toxins around here to be something to worry about. And then last point I'd make is when they did the review, they did not consider impacts on killer whales. So they said, are any, what wildlife is near the area? And of course, you never find killer whales in Lake Washington, so they didn't mention those. But, about 10 miles away, you do find them. And for an animal that has a range that's 1,000 or 2,000 miles long, I would argue 10 is near. So, as a procedural error, I think that's one thing you might consider.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Thank you, David.
Okay.
I think you made a really good point that we all should be doing our part in the studies.
Okay. Does the city have any questions, Mr. Kasaguma,
I have a few.
for Dr. Bain?
Dr. Bain, you testified that if piling is inserted into the sediment, that the sediment will be disturbed and the sediment on the surface will be replaced to some extent. Is that correct?
yeah, more on the removal side.
Is that comment based upon a written study that you have read and taken into account?
No, I think it's from discussions with other people. One of the things I work on is acoustic effects on marine mammals and seabirds of pile driving. So, what happens during the pile driving process is something that, I've been involved with, but I wouldn't be able to say, this particular paper is where I read it, because it probably would have been discussions with other people on the project.
Are you saying there's a scientific theory as to how the sediment moves when piling is inserted into the sediment?
Again, it would be more concern on the removal where you have, you're piling and then you're pulling it out and you're creating an open space, and then, the sediment will infill and become part of the water column, and then you'll get some mixing that can bring that to the surface.
So does your comment just made depend on what type of piling it is?
It would depend on the size of the piling. It would depend on how deep in the water column it is. It would depend on the smoothness of the piling.
Does it depend on whether the piling is hollow or solid?
I don't think it would.
Do you have any studies or analysis as to whether that would make a difference, whether it's hollow or solid?
Well, I think it would be the surface area of the hole that it leaves that would, determine how much sediment has the opportunity to move in, and then there'd be an effect of height. So if you have a tall column with nothing to support it, it's more likely to slump than, if you just have a little column.
Have you ever been present when a pile was driven to have personal observation as to the effects of the pile driving on the sediment and the water surrounding that pile?
I've been present close enough to measure sound levels from that. Probably not close enough to visually see that.
Thank you. And you also said that you're concerned about the spread of contaminants by biological organisms, and then eventually somehow those contaminants would end up in killer whales and very large mammals. This effect on the invertebrates and the mammals, Does that depend on the level of contamination that we're talking about?
Yeah, the biological effects depend on the level, and there's a process called bioaccumulation where, those little benthic invertebrates, just pick up a little bit, and they don't experience any effects from that. And as far as we can tell, even the salmon don't accumulate enough. But by the time you get to killer whales that, are living for, 40 years before they stop reproducing, and then, males will live into their 50s and females will live into their 80s in clean conditions, then that's a lot of time to be adding on little by little by little. And you start impairing immune systems, which can shorten lifespans. You have developmental abnormalities that result in stillbirths or calves that are not viable. For example, this past year, we had one fetus die probably a week or so before it was due to be born, and the mother was unable to expel it, so she died as well. So that may be something where a developmental abnormality in the calf killed the calf and killed its mother as well. And she was a young adult female, meaning she should have added several more calves to the population over her lifespan. And in clean conditions, she may have been able to do that. We're still waiting for the final necropsy results to know whether contaminants had anything to do with it or not, but that's an example of the kind of thing I'm concerned about. We had another calf that was born alive and lived a few weeks before it disappeared.
So one of your mitigation methods in answer to a question from the hearing examiner was to take the sediment that was displaced, I guess I'll say, or the new sediment that was not on the surface before, and take that to a landfill and dump it. Is that what you said?
Right.
Do you recommend to do that for every single pile driving, regardless of the level of the contaminant?
No, it would depend on the level of contaminants, and the Army Corps of Engineers has a standard for, if it's under this level of contamination, you can leave it in open water, and if it's above that, then you should put it into a lined landfill where it will not return to the environment.
So you're saying if the level of the contaminant is below the Army Corps standard, then it doesn't have to be removed?
There's probably no legal obligation to remove it. I might be more conservative than the Army Corps would, but...
So how much more conservative would you be?
I don't have that level of expertise, so I'm not the right person to ask that. So maybe...
And are you familiar with the fact that there is a cleanup level under the Model Toxic Control Act that the Department of Ecology adheres to?
Right.
And that if it's under that level, then there's no cleanup required?
I think that's for existing sites, and again, you can, introduce new contaminants into the environment that may not exceed that level, but it would still be, worth addressing that, because, we only have 81 southern resident killer whales left in the entire world, and if we lose one, that's a big deal, and if we lose a female who might have produced 3 more calves in her lifetime, that's losing 4, that's a really big deal. And, we're seeing that, our killer whales are kind of right at that threshold where, southern resident killer whales are already having trouble, and, there's an effective birth order where mothers dump essentially their whole body burden into their first viable calf. So that calf starts out with a really high level and then, feeds for 10 or 12 years and builds that level up higher, and then it starts trying to reproduce. And if that level is so high that, the calves are stillborn or do negligible nursing, she's essentially rendered sterile by it. And then, we've got these northern residents that are, still clean enough, but it's, the difference in that 200 miles of swimming out of thousands of miles in a lifetime that are the difference between northern residents being able to slightly increase their population and southern resident killer whales that, there are fewer of them now than there were 30 years ago.
Well, I certainly appreciate your concern for the killer whales and mammals. I'm sure most of us share your concern. But would you agree with me that if the level of contamination from the chemicals or contaminants that you have described to us is known to the city, and the city knows that those levels, according to some studies and reports, are below the cleanup levels, significantly below the cleanup levels of the Department of Ecology and the Army Corps, that the city should allow this pile driving to occur as long as precautions are taken, such as you mentioned the silk curtain.
Yeah, well,
do you agree with me that?
Well,
that
let me put it this way: there are limited resources available for cleaning up sites, so the priority is generally given to the dirtier sites. And for legacy toxins, that's probably the best approach. But when you have something where you're introducing toxins into the environment unnecessarily, even if it's at a lower level than the general cleanup, that's a bad idea. But I will agree with you that if this is done in a way that it does not increase the toxin load in the environment here, that should be okay.
Well, thank you.
Do you have any follow-up questions, Ms. Hurst, for your witness?
No, I really appreciate your explanation, David. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bain, for being present. And please rest wherever you need to rest. You've been helpful here today, and you are excused as a witness. Yeah. Did you have any additional witnesses you wanted to present?
Yes. Derek Poon. Again, I'm just going to let this scientist explain his own background and his input, his narrative.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your hand. Do you swear to tell truth and testimony you give today?
I do.
Please state your name and your background, and then you may give your testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. My name is Derek Poon. I'm an advisor to the citizens here on environment. My background is that I was recently retired from the Environmental Protection Agency after 11 years as the regional salmon ecologist for Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and Alaska. And also the Endangered Species Act specialist. Prior to that, I spent 4 years at the National Oceanic Administration, NOAA, the ESA people, and I was there for 4 years as an ESA person. Prior to that, I was the chief of natural resource planning for King County for 10 years. Prior to that, I was too many things that you don't want to hear about.
Okay.
But you've got my resume, and you can look at that. But basically, I've administered the Endangered Species Act, and while I was at the EPA, I was also administering the Clean Water Act. And under the ESA, these ESA species that Dr. Bain and Dr. Honor talked about, such as Chinook, orca whales, and bull trout, which is a U.S. Fish and Wildlife species, they are actually a part of the Clean Water Act because the ESA species are actually designated or existing uses that are beneficial uses protected by the Clean Water Act under the water quality standards. So the two acts really work together. There's really no way for you to split it out. So, if I talk about ESA, I'm really talking about Clean Water Act as well. All that said, Mr. Hunter, my understanding from Ann was that there may be references to some of these studies, and you may not know what some of the definitions are. Okay, and she was hoping that I might be able to clarify it. Well, Mr. Hunter, I'm sure you know a lot about the ESA, and I want to order Clean Water Act. And you hear a lot of this stuff, and I want to apologize ahead of time if I'm insulting your intelligence. Because, and a lot of people here, I'm sure, probably would feel the same way. I mean, they've heard this over and over again. Do I have to hear it again? There are also a lot of people here who don't know. And, for that, perhaps I could be of some help. But all that said, I would want to apologize ahead of time because, I'm sure I could be redundant. And again, I could be insulting your intelligence.
I guess I'll let you know.
Please do.
Okay.
And you're able to do so because you have the microphone. So my purpose here really, according to Anne, is that there's a relevance here for the topic at hand here about dealing with toxicants and permits, and particularly under the Endangered Species Act, because, as Dr. Honor and Dr. Boehner restated, the Kenmore permit essentially is a part of that system, because essentially within Kenmore Navigation Channel and Kenmore Channel, in fact, the whole area, you've got a lot of ESA species. You got Chinook, and that's right there swimming around in your channel. You've got steelhead. They're both listed. You got bull trout. They're listed. And essentially, anytime you have a permit, any kind of an action that is affected by the federal government, and you have the SR 520 bridge here, and that's clearly a federal project because of federal money and federal permit and whatnot. The Corps of Engineers work is federal. And so essentially, the Endangered Species Act and the Clean Water Act is going to get directly involved in this case one way or another. And so, for that reason, the topic that was brought up was Section 7 analysis. And Anne was concerned that you may not know what that means. I suspect you do, but, I'll say a few words about that. So basically, the ESA and the Clean Water Act are involved in this permit no matter what we do, because they're going to weigh in, and they're going to say things, and they will have conclusions, and it's going to affect how the Corps of Engineers work. And so I want to just explain that. And so that's my purpose here, Mr. Heiner. Number one, I want to very quickly define what ESA Section 7 means. And number two, I want to try to describe how that would affect any work that might be done in Kenmore for this particular permit, and how that's related to the ESA and the Clean Water Act, and whether, that would affect how you might be thinking in your decision making. All that said, one thing I will definitely say, because I heard it asked, and I want to offer it ahead of time. I'm not here like Dr. Bain or Dr. Honor, being the scientists actually specializing in a lot of this data and study. They are. I do have experience in both ESA and Clean Water Act, just for purpose of identifying myself. My PhD is in fisheries from Oregon State University, where I also studied zoology and statistics. My Bachelor of Arts is in zoology from the University of California in Berkeley. And I have worked all over the West Coast, from Alaska to California to the Columbia Basin. I've worked as designated reviewers of the Columbia Basin Fish and Wildlife Program. I've been one of the co-chair of the Washington Timber Fish and Wildlife Policy Group. So basically, I've been through these things. But would I say that I'm an expert in some of these things? No. I think Dr. Honor and Dr. Baines are probably more expert than I am in a lot of things. We will respond to a question that was brought up, which was the study by Ecology in 2012, with a report out in 2013, essentially evaluating the sediment and the water in Kenmore area. Subsequent to that, in 2014, the Corps of Engineers, and actually there were 4 agencies that did the study, not just the Corps. It was the Corps, and there's a thing called the Dredged Material Management Program, or DMMP. There were co-signers to this study by the Corps. And that was the information that was provided in 2015 that you referred to earlier about new information. That information did not come just from the Corps. They worked on it. Essentially, it came from Ecology, who is the EPA of Washington. It came from EPA, who was a co-signer. It came from the Washington Department of Natural Resources, who has landowners and various issues here. Also came from, the Corps too, the 4 agencies. So This report that you've referred to in 2014, 2015 as new information came from 4 agencies. They're top scientists. Now, I would say this. I agree with the gentleman's stated reasons about, when you consider information, when you don't, what's in, what's out, and that sort of thing. I really appreciated what you said, Mr. Hunter, when you said that when new information comes in, that it would be evaluated, vetted, by the city in whatever way it chooses under the law. And I agree with that, and I can tell you, Dr. Honor and I worked on evaluating that 2014-2015 study by the 4 agencies. We have a letter out on this part of the record. Everybody's got it. And I would also say that I also was a main worker on evaluating the 2013 study by the Washington Ecology. And let me offer right now 2 points. First, I'll help you any way you want to. If you want to evaluate, vet the thing, whatever I'm able, I'm more than happy to help you out, okay? The second point I would raise is that in the 4-agency study in 2014 that ended up with new information provided in 2015, the one that Dr. Honor and I wouldn't mind telling you, I spent overnight working on that one. It was an immense amount of work. Let me tell you, categorically, it blew our minds. Why? Because the science was so good. I couldn't believe these 4 agencies with their top scientists signed off on this thing. Because quite frankly, it was more stringent than the 2013 study. And it basically vindicated a lot of the issues that some of us raised, about whether there's environmental concerns here and there. They basically expanded how they evaluated. And I can tell you from talking to various congressional people, particularly Congresswoman Dalbenny's office, we were trying to vet with them about whether toxins are available in the Kenmore area. And Dalbenny's office staffer, Ben Baraski, basically said, hey, look, we've got the Corps of Engineers and the DMMP coming in with this study. They are more thorough than ecology. They have a reputation for being objective. They've got 4 top agencies evaluating this thing. Dalbenny's office is going to defer to those guys. We want to see what they come up with. Okay? So they basically just backed off and say, okay, we want to wait, see what's coming out as new information. Okay? That new information came out at the end of 2014 with that evaluation. They were very good. Like I said, Dr. Honor and I looked at that thing, and we couldn't believe it. We're saying, who spiked their water? Because these guys were tough. And they came up with stuff that way vindicated what we were saying. Now, I am not standing here saying that I know all the statistics and all the numbers and all the milligrams and, what is this and what is that. But I think what I heard Dr. Bain saying is exactly right. I know enough about how you set standards to know that we are way low on the standards. Now, if you ask me, what do you think the standards ought to be? And I'm going to say, I can't tell you, because it's people like Dr. Honor and Dr. Bain who could. What I would leave with you, Mr. Hunter, is that I would be very happy and very supportive of your notion that new information, since the time this MDE&S was processed, if new information is evaluated for whatever technology you want to do with mitigation, for whatever fences you want to come up with, or how you dig the sediment and how low this piling goes, quite frankly, there are lots of experts out there who can do this. And I'm actually not the guy who's going to be able to help you. But I'm happy to, if you want me to. But I think that your point, I'm very impressed with, Mr. Hunter, was that when you said that this is new information that came out, The city knows it. The city seen that report. It's nothing new. And as long as what you said, Mr. Hunter, that new information is considered by the city in this permit, quite frankly, as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy. How you do it is up to the law and what you might want to do on your own. I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, as long as you can tell me that you're evaluating that 2014 report by 4 agencies, and you're looking at their conclusions, which, by the way, we couldn't tell when we talked to Del Benny's office what that might be. And, and we didn't try to guess them. We said, just listen to what they have to say. Their conclusion, Mr. Hunter, was that in any dredging that might be done in this Kenmore area, none, zero amount of sediment should be just conveyed out in the open water. That's their conclusion. It's right there in its first paragraph of that report. And what I'm saying is that we didn't know if they would say all of it. We thought they might say some of it. They might just qualify to say, well, maybe you can do half or, whatever. They said 100%. No open water disposal. Zip. Everything has to be done on land. And I'm saying that if you take that into consideration, I'm happy.
Can you explain to me how that relates to this proposed project and the environmental review of this project?
Yes. The project itself is one of those things that could disturb the sediment.
Does it involve dredging or not?
Not dredging. Anything that disturbs the sediment.
Maybe I misunderstood you. I thought you mentioned that the report by the 4 agencies released in 2015.
It was related to dredging.
Okay.
It was related to dredging, but essentially the conclusion has to do with any disturbance of the sediment.
I see.
Which is what dredging is. And which is basically what barging does. So digging piling and replacing piling and doing whatever, technical things that you need to do in the permit, I can't tell you. I don't have those details. But essentially it will have to disturb the sediment. Now, can you control that in such a way that makes it acceptable? You heard it better from Dr. Honor and Dr. Bain. I can't speak to that because I'm not the expertise that these guys are. But that study in 2014 that came up, that is part of your evidence, I understand. That study definitely relates to any disturbance of sediment, including what's in this permit. Now, what the city wants to do with it, okay, I respect whatever you want to do it. I'll help you any way you want. As a matter of fact, one of the things we did when we met with Todd Banks of Kenmore Air one time, talking about negotiating a permit, one of the things we did was to say, hey, look, the public got to be involved in this stuff. It's not just a private. If there's ever going to be any testing or any evaluation, any construction-related details and things like that, we said, Dr. Honor and I and Ann, well, Ann was in somewhere else, but Elizabeth, Jen, they were all there. What we said was that we will help get you incentives as much as we can because we don't think this is just a private matter. And so that was the outcome. Dr. Pollard was there. Representative Pollard was there. And so that was our outcome. And what I'm doing is that I am repeating that pledge. To the degree that we can help, we will.
I want to ask you about containment of sediment and removal of it to land site rather than dispersal.
Yes.
In your role with EPA or NOAA or other organizations, have you had any experience in how that mitigation would work, how you would capture sediment?
Conceptually, because they're part of the permits that we see.
And how would you see that being implemented as a mitigation measure for this project?
I would defer to people who know more about that than I do. And that would be Dr. Bain, Dr. Honor, whoever, the city chooses to work on this with Kenmore Air.
Okay, thank you. Any questions that you had for your witness?
No. I appreciate the experience you bring to this.
You want to consult there for a moment?
Oh, okay. Dr. Poon, would it be prudent to follow Dr. Mara O'Brien's recommendation that testing be done before soil disturbance?
This is the letter that was referred to from Maura O'Brien that came in on the 28th, whatever it was, that basically recommended the city to test first before they deal with the permit, okay? My opinion, which is probably less than what Dr. Bain and Dr. Arnold might have, my opinion is yes. But I would also add to that, Mr. Hunter, that I also agree with what you say. You know, which is that essentially the city has the right to deal with that. But yeah, I agree with Morris. It makes a lot of sense to me. But it is up to what the city wants to do and what and what Mr. Hunter's going to do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stay for the moment. Does the city have any questions of Dr.
I have a few. Mr. Poon, I want to just confirm that I understand the DEMP letter the same way you are.
Sure.
Are you referring to the one that is dated January 27, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Which was the DEMP of, as you said, the EPA, DNR, DOE, and the Army Corps, correct?
Correct.
This is City Exhibit C28?
C28, yeah.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. You're familiar with those numbers? Thank you. And I heard you say that the science in that is the basis of that report is very good.
Very good.
Very good.
It's more than I've ever seen, and it's certainly more than the 2012-2013 ecology.
And are you aware that the city issued its MDNS in May of this year, 2015?
Sorry?
Are you aware that the MDNS that is the subject of this appeal hearing was issued in May of 2015, 6 months after that DMP was issued?
Okay, let me make sure I understand what you're saying.
This hearing is about the MDNS, Mitigated Determination of Non-Significance, issued by the city
Yes.
on May 28, 2015.
Yes, yes. I think I understand what you're saying.
So my question is, isn't it possible that the city did take the MDMP into account prior to the issuance of that MDNS?
Entirely possible.
Also, would you agree with me that the DMMP, although it determined that the sediment that would be dug up during the navigation channel dredging can't be deposited in Elliott Bay, it still can be dredged but deposited on land? Isn't that what the conclusion of the...
That is correct. It's no open water, but, yeah, land disposal.
And therefore, the dredging was approved, is that right?
The dredging has not been approved.
But the DEMP does not stop it and says it can go ahead.
No, they didn't
the
stop
factors
it.
are-
That's not their purpose. No, they didn't stop it.
But that DEMP does not stop the dredging, does it?
No, doesn't
And
have
if the dredging occurs...
It could.
It could.
Yes.
Then when the dredging happens, then the sediment will certainly be stirred up, won't it?
Yes, it would be stirred up.
Much more so than the installation of 3 pilings by Kenmore Air?
I couldn't tell you that because that's a technical determination.
Do you know how wide, do you know what the parameters of the dredging are in square feet?
I did at one time when I reviewed the thing. No, I mean, I don't know exactly how many cubic. It's 30,000 cubic yard, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Which is quite a bit higher than what you might do in digging a pile, that's for sure.
Oh, thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. That doesn't fit right here later. Thank you, Derek.
Okay, thank you for being here, sir, and for your testimony today.
I'm happy to help anytime.
Are there any additional witnesses that the appellant wants to present?
No additional witnesses. We would like to hear what the city has to say, and then we do have some questions about the evidence.
Well, we are at the point in the hearing where the city is able to present
I'm sorry.
its witnesses.
I'm sorry. Elizabeth Mooney would like to speak to the city codes. Is that right?
I'll just do my narrative.
All right, that's fine. She's a scientist also, and I'll let her just do her own narrative, if that works for you.
This then is your final witness?
Yes.
Okay, please come forward. Mm-hmm.
You look scared. It's related to the issues. It's actually completely organized, just large.
Okay, would you please take the oath by raising your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth and testimony you give today?
Yes, I do.
All right, please state your name for the record.
Elizabeth Mooney.
Dan, what is the scope of your testimony today?
I'm a Kenmore resident, primarily concerned about public health and safety. And full disclosure, for anybody that's using our shoreline, our waters, having our pets go on the shoreline, use the waters, kayak, swim, eat fish, so that we in Kenmore, and I went to Washington, D.C. to talk about this, so that we in Kenmore have the same rights that the people in Seattle have at Gasworks Park. Because
Now, that's not the issue before me. So is your testimony related to the environmental review process of the city?
Yes.
And that's what I'm asking.
Okay.
What area of expertise are you going to provide?
I have a biology degree. I have a fisheries degree from the University of Washington. I volunteered on the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Shoreline Master Plan. I found out after the fact, when the city didn't divulge anything about the toxins in 2011, I found that out because I went back to my old workplace at NOAA Fisheries. I used to work at the National Marine Mammal Laboratory as a biological aid scientist. I'm a mother of 4.
Okay. So you had narrative testimony you wanted to provide?
Yes, and I would like to offer this one map, which is, it's just the same map that you have from Anchor. All we did is try to make it very simple for you to see, and they can refute this if they want, but all we did is put red circles around the general areas where in the many, many studies that have already been done over the years, you won't find a mistake here. You'll find that these are where there are contaminants of concern, whether it's lead, DDT, dioxins, furans, PAHs. You can fill it in if you want. It's complicated. So we were trying to make the point that is it not prudent to do what the expert agency Department of Ecology, who cares about public health and safety instead of barges and cement and asphalt, which I don't want to breathe. Doesn't it make sense that the city be prudent in employing the recommendation from our Department of Ecology to test before they start a new precedent and cumulative impacts that would occur would be dangerous to public health and safety? Because right next to Kenmore Air, who's a great business, I have nothing against Kenmore Air, there's danger in Kenmore Air testing. That's why a year ago we tried to make it fiscally easy for Kenmore Air to test their soils. We had a legislative agenda for our city. The Department of Ecology apparently didn't fulfill, where we were trying to get the money to incentivize testing everywhere, not just Kenmore Air, to set the precedent so that the entire area of our shoreline will make it mandatory to test so you don't keep spreading this around. There was already a successful Clean Water Act suit that proved that the barges that are right next to Kenmore Air, and I have the pictures.
Let me help focus your testimony. I want to remind that the hearing is on whether the city properly conducted environmental review, including disclosure on a checklist, review of that document and other documents to determine what impacts there might be, and then defining mitigation of those impacts so that it would be below a significant adverse environmental impact. That's what I'm focused on. And I appreciate that there's a lot else going on in the area, and your concern does seem to be focused on general testing of the shoreline environment, but we're looking at a specific application here today and a specific project proposal.
Right. So I took pictures down at Kenmore Air with Todd Banks, at first appreciating it because at the time the tugs and barges were causing the float planes to slam up against his dock. It led to IRT 632786 and a successful Clean Water Act suit, which proved that the tugs and barges for the 520 bridge that the city allowed to come in on the adjoining site, if you don't know, so this is Kenmore Air. This is the barge for the Kenmore Industrial Park that's started to churn up the water, violations of Clean Water Act. All of this sediment was dredged from the bottom of the lake, caused to go up to the surface, and I'm an eyewitness to seeing that it would translocate over to Harbor Village Marina. I went to Harbor Village Marina after the barge would come in, deposit sediment right on their shores at Kenmore Air, and then go west, and you could just walk down to Harbor Village Marina and you could see the latte colored sediment that is so light that it drifts to the top. And again, I'm not Dr. Richard Honor, but my understanding is that there is a possibility that the dioxins that are found in this spot have translocated over to Harbor Village Marina and all over the place. So the point is, if you don't test before you disturb, then you do not ever get a baseline upon which to base future prudent public health and safety minded practices. I do not want to take my grandchild down to Log Boom Park until the city mandates good businesses like Kenmore Air to test before they dig. Not necessarily because this is the worst project in the world, but because right next to them is a giant pier. And if the city sets a precedent that Kenmore Air can build a pier without testing for contaminants of concern, then what would ever stop the city from allowing Cal Portland to replace their decrepit creosote-soaked pier? I don't trust that the city would employ practices that are for public health and safety. For example, and this is a huge point, the 2013 sedimentation project that Anchor conducted with Department of Ecology was for the purpose of dredging the navigation channel. That is not in the interest of public health and safety. I've discussed this with the owner of Anchor, David Templeton. I have a huge disagreement over, well, it's just disappointing. I volunteered my time in Kenmore for public health and safety, protection of ESA-listed species, protection of my dog, for children, and yet the city employs, Mr. Berlin, my friend's employee, partner, our children are best friends. Why is my pursuit losing and the city's is forging forth to make us industrial? We want clean water. We want to have full...
Could I have Ms. Mooney focus in on the issue as you stated at the beginning of her testimony? This is just rambling about all
Costaguma
complaints about the city.
is asking that we keep testimony related to the issues in front of us today.
Sure. Well, I can also say two just protocol or procedure issues. The city, and even your office, combined two permits. The hangar that we had an agreement with and in good faith assumed that Kenmore Air would come talk to us
I'll make
before...
the same objection.
Wait, this is... Why
The
is...
city's objecting to your testimony is outside the scope of this hearing.
Well, it's improper. You addressed
Well,
the hangar.
then you need to stop testifying.
Oh,
Okay?
So what is it? Okay, I'm listening. Sorry.
Yeah, the city has objected to testimony that's outside the scope of this hearing. There's no permit review in front of me today. This is a review of the environmental documentation and process
Okay.
that the city used to
Okay.
disclose environmental impacts, to mitigate those impacts below the level of significant and adverse.
Okay.
That's the challenge that you filed. And so we do need to keep the record. We're running out of time today.
Okay.
We need to keep the record focused on where do you believe the city erred in making its environmental determination. You have wandered far outside. I gave you a fair tolerance for doing that.
Sorry. I am sorry. I will... It's just a question of, isn't it prudent to follow the Department of Ecology's recommendation to the city, since the Department of Ecology recommended that the city require, the city has code for...
Yeah, and you made that point first thing in your
2 minutes,
testimony, that you should test before disturbing the sediments.
Yes,
That's
because
your
it sets a
testimony.
precedent, and if we don't do that there, then there will be a cumulative impact, and that's part of SEPA, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that if you do not require that at Kenmore Air's transportation pier to set the right standard, then at other places, including the pending Log Boom Park bridge that they want to put in on top of soil.
Yeah, I understand cumulative
Okay,
impacts.
so it's cumulative impacts.
It's
Okay.
a point well made. And your other points are not unimportant. It's just that this is not the forum to make them. Those
Sure.
are bigger policy issues that maybe you can address to your council. But I need to keep the record focused
Sure.
on the environmental review. So thank you.
One
for your
thing that I
testimony.
think is missing is in the letter of permission. This is a specific document. I don't know what number it is. The letter of permission.
Well, you need to find the document.
Sure.
I don't know what a letter of permission
It's the
is.
Army Corps letter of permission that was March 2015. That's part of the record.
What document is that?
It's in the city record, and I'll do a cross with that when the city talks about it. I assume the city's going to talk about all these documents. There were...
Let's C-23.
It's in there.
20.
C-22.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costaguma.
So,
Do you mean the hydraulic project approval?
no, it's the letter of permission from
23.
It's attached to the letter from the Corps.
A letter from John Buck, Corps of Engineer.
Yes.
Todd Banks, dated March 17th. Okay, you had a comment on that letter?
In that letter, I'm not looking right at, but it says, based upon the information you provided, I allege that insufficient information was provided and that there should have been more information provided about contaminants of concern
Okay.
for public health and safety reasons.
All right.
And then there's one more, which is in the Dan Berlin letter. I don't know what number it is.
That's
But-
very helpful when you present testimony to know what you're referring to.
The Dan Berlin letter's second page, it just says that Dan Berlin, who was, It's the one that I put the little green tag on for you, Ann.
Do you maybe want to take time to organize your testimony? We'll give you another
This will be it.
chance.
I'm sorry, just 30
I
seconds.
think it's fine.
There it is. What
Elizabeth.
number is that one?
Actually, that's a C-24. I think the one you're referring to is part of it's on page 3 of C-27, but we'll get to that and cross.
I can go get it together if you give me 5 minutes. It's just to point out that the city gave a scope of work to Anchor, which, while I respect, it doesn't include public health and safety. And so when he stated that there would be no disturbance or harm because the sediments are 10 feet below the surface of the water, what it omits, and this is the failure for the city's MDNS, it omits the existing barges that are not being measured. There's no measurement of the translocation right now because basically Janet and I are no longer going down, wasting our entire life trying to catch the barges in WashDOT and KGM. It's just been a really miserable 4 years. And it would be nice to do something other than take pictures of this and work together with good businesses like Kenmore Air. So we are looking for a solution. We thought that the agreement last year where we asked to test the soils before they built their hangar would be prudent, and we were hoping that this year with the new project that we would achieve money from some source to help test before disturbance of sediments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mooney, for your testimony. Stay there for a moment. We'll see if the city has any questions of you.
Once again, I have a few questions. Actually, before I have a question, I want to clarify something. Ms. Mooney showed to us a diagram with big red spots on it, and I don't recall that the diagram was ever admitted.
No, it was not. It was
Okay.
used to help her in her testimony.
Okay, just
but
because I was going to get to its...
was not introduced as an exhibit.
Ms. Mooney, I wrote this down verbatim because I want to clarify what you said. It relates to the ultimate issue here, which is should there be testing. You said there's danger in Kenmore Air testing. Did you mean that it's dangerous for the city to have Kenmore Air conduct testing that you're requesting?
What I meant was that if you live on the shoreline, I believe the correct term for the sediments that are underwater next to your property are shorelands. That might be wrong, but there is risk, financial risk, this is all I meant, that there is a disincentive, that there's financial risk for Kenmore Air to voluntarily test those sediments where they want to put their pier. And I know that that's a reasonable concern because if they test it and they find dioxins, then they are, and it's public, then they are responsible for cleanup. That's my understanding from talking to Bob Warren at the Department of Ecology, who's the Northwest Regional Department of Ecology's Model Toxics Control Act supervisor for Moore O'Brien.
Yes.
So,
could I ask you a big favor?
That's fine.
Could you just answer the question that I asked you? So, did you mean that there's danger in Kenmore Air doing its own testing at the request of the city?
I have never asked Kenmore Air, but there is document in what Ann submitted where Todd Banks was offered by Nancy Owsley.
All right. Let me ask it another way.
Okay.
You
what
are an
kind of-
appellant,
Yes?
and you have said that the city made an error in the MDNS by not requiring testing. And my question to you is, who is the city supposed to ask to do the testing? Kenmore Air?
Who is the city supposed to
You said there's
ask
supposed to be
to
testing.
do the testing?
Who's supposed to do the testing?
I do not have an example of where this works out to the benefit of public health and safety and a good business and the city. I don't know if maybe in Lake Forest Park they've had an experience where there's a
Okay,
cooperative...
you don't need to answer the question. It's outside the scope of your direct testimony.
Okay.
I think she's answered that the statement she made about Kenmore had to do with financial risk, and that was her clarification of why she thought it would be difficult for Kenmore Air to do the testing.
But I do have another question about testing. You said that if you don't do testing, you don't get a baseline. Should I interpret that comment to mean that the testing that you as an appellant are requesting the hearing examiner to require the city to have conducted here should be just a test to determine the contaminant levels in the sediment where Kenmore Air is proposing to do pile driving and remove some materials? Is that your testing request? That it should be a baseline study and that's it?
I believe that there should be a comprehensive, like deep core, horizontal, like Dr. Honor pointed out, some kind of protocol to test for public health and safety, and Kenmore Air would be one of the recipients of that program, but it would involve a third party rather than what has happened in the past, where it was for the purpose of dredging the navigation channel. It would involve the citizens.
Okay. So is this a fair statement to make based on what you just said, that you are asking the hearing examiner to say that the city erred by not requiring a broad area systematic sediment analysis to be done of an area that includes the Kenmore Air shoreline? Is that what you're requesting the testing to be?
I actually do believe that is what I'm looking for, is something that covers the North Lake Washington in spirit. Obviously, we're only Kenmore, but something that would provide public health and safety, peace of mind, full disclosure for the areas that will be along our waterfront, so that whatever Kenmore Air initiates from this point forward will be an example for not only businesses but also the city and whatever actions, projects.
Okay, I understand your answer.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
All right,
you.
thank you for being here, Ms. Mooney. Does the appellant have any additional witnesses you want to present today?
No, that's it.
All right, that concludes the presentation of the appellant's case. It's now appropriate to allow the city to provide rebuttal witnesses to the appellant's witnesses. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Mr. Kasakuma, do you want to proceed now, or do you want a brief break, or how would you like to best proceed?
I would request a brief break, 3 or 4 minutes.
Good, and perhaps during that break you can identify whether you will be presenting all of the witnesses you list, or maybe we can identify which ones you'll need to present so that others can be excused if they want to be.
Right. I'll let you know as soon as we return.
Okay. We'll take a break until 3:15. Okay, we're returning to the hearing, which is one that involves an appeal of a city MDNS issued with regard to a proposal by Kenmore Air. The appellant presented several witnesses throughout the day, and we're now at 3:20 in the afternoon, and the city is prepared to present its case in response. Mr. Kasakuma?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Before we begin, I wanted to introduce another guest in the audience this afternoon. He was not here this morning, but seated to my immediate left would be the sweater on his shoulders is Mr. Tim Banks from Kenmore Air. So the city would call as its first witness Mr. Troy Husing. Did you want to?
Probably best to do it Oh, there you are over
If you
there.
want to-
Sorry.
Where is he? He's disappeared. There you are. Okay, good afternoon.
Hi.
And if you'd raise your hand to take the oath, do you swear to tell truth and testimony you give today?
I do.
Thank you.
And I think the very first piece I'm supposed to do is to talk about a piece of...
Oh, but before that, why don't we have you
Okay.
state your name,
Okay.
the company you work for?
My name is Troy Husing, and I am one of the owners of Echo Design. We are an architectural firm who also does shoreline permitting. I've been doing shoreline permitting for approximately 22 years. I have an architectural engineering background from Boston and an architectural design degree from Arizona State University.
And what is your connection with this appeal?
We were contracted to help aid in getting the permits through with the city, Army Corps, and the Department of Fisheries for the project. We worked with, we also have another consultant, Northwest Environmental, Brad Thiel, who's also with us, who was also part of the team. We have gotten the permits to this point, up to where we are right now with the city, as well as we were able to get the Army Corps of Engineers and the Department of Fish and Wildlife approval at this point. I was called in today mostly to discuss the best management practices that we put in place for this. That being how we were going to go about with this type of a project when it's pile driving. The typical protocol is to not put in silt fences. However, with the work that we were doing along the shoreline, as well as the driving and the area that we were doing it in, we went to what is our conservative measures of how we do a project such as this, and that is the silt fence and how we go about it. The silt fence that's going to be put at this project is what is considered a Type 1 DOT silt curtain. It's I would say, the highest grade silt fence that you can put in, and that it is non-permeable, meaning there's nothing that can go through it. I brought a sample of it for everyone to see. Things cannot get through this. The way it is employed is it is a boom that goes all the way around the construction area where we're doing the work. A curtain is deployed all the way to the bottom. That curtain has a chain with weights that go all the way around the bottom. Anywhere where it meets land, or in this case the concrete bulkhead where the existing, where the planes leave right now, that is all sandbagged in place. So essentially we are containing the area as absolutely best possible where nothing can escape from it, essentially trying to create a bathtub for where the project is being done. This is all being done in all the shoreline work is being done in relatively shallow area, so it's fairly easy for the curtain. We are also doing it where there's been some discussion as to the amount of piles. There are 8 piles, steel piles, being driven for where the hangar is, and there are 3 piles that are being removed. They're not gravity load piles. They are just there to keep the pier in place. 3 piles being removed and 3 new steel piles being put in place. Those we're also using the best management practices for. The boom and curtain will go around where the piles are being taken out and the new piles are being driven. It will stay in place until all work is done.
Can you explain the silt fence or curtain?
Yeah.
Those interchangeable words for you?
Yeah, there are.
Let me ask about it.
Yes, okay.
You stated it goes from a boom on top of the water. It's attached to that?
Correct.
And then below the surface to the bottom.
All the way to the bottom.
How is it attached, if you will, to the bottom?
It is weighted. The curtain is weighted. It's got a continuous chain that is on it that is weighted that will take it down to the bottom, as well as then it will be, every contractor does it a little bit different. Richard Seaborn, Sea and Shore Construction, he uses typically CMU blocks also to weight it in any other locations. So it is essentially a curtain that will go all the way around.
And where it touches the shore, you explained there are sandbags.
Yes.
Now tell me how, when you have sediment introduced into the bathtub, you called it,
yeah,
I can understand how it'd be contained if you have it fixed to the bottom and to the surface and all around.
Mm-hmm.
How do you then capture the sediment?
It essentially stays there and remains there if there is any that deploys. It does remain there, and then it does over time. That silk curtain stays in place until it's inspected and everything has settled back down in place.
What's the square footage, if you know, of the contained area?
I do not know square footage. The lineal footage we are looking at, if we were to do the entire, if we were to do it as one solid project where all the shoreline work was being done, it's approximately 247 lineal feet.
Well, you can get the square feet from that, can't you?
Yeah, it's kind of a funky area. I could if I had a computer in front of me, or it's because it's not a rectangle per se.
Okay, 247 feet.
Yeah.
And as you explained earlier, in a relatively shallow area. Correct?
Correct.
And you've been involved in mitigation of this type of impact in other projects.
I have.
Have you ever had a mitigation that can actually capture the sediment that's introduced?
Yes.
And can you explain how that would work?
Well, I mean, we have been to sites where we've used a similar setup, and we have witnessed what is on the inside versus what is on the outside. The curtain that the contractor had to leave today, but the curtain that he is using has been turbidity tested, both on the outside, on the inside. I unfortunately don't have the numbers for the testing the contractor does, but it's been turbidity tested. I've witnessed visually what occurs at sites, and I did bring a couple of photographs along with me. These are just pictures that have been taken by my office at various places. This is not necessarily a Richard Seaborn's equipment. We brought it along just as an example, showing what is on the inside of the curtain, what is on the outside of the curtain, just so people can see, get a visual for what it does.
And Mr. Houston, who is Richard Seaborn?
Richard Seaborn is with Sea and Shore Construction, and he is the contractor who's been involved since the beginning of the project and helped on how we would put in place the best management practices.
Okay, what I was asking, your answer was yes. Is it possible to capture the sediment that's introduced into the contained area? And you answered about turbidity.
Yeah.
But if you have sediment within the contained area, can you capture it by closing the fence down or by?
I see what you're saying. In that case, I would have to defer possibly to Brad Thiel. I have not done that testing myself. I've witnessed what takes place at the site, but I've not done the testing.
Conceptually possible.
Conceptually possible, yes.
It's like a purse seine in a way.
Yeah.
Just bring it in tighter.
Yep.
Sediment gets smaller and smaller area.
Yep.
You could pump
You could
water
pump it
out
out at that point.
Okay, so conceptually you
Conceptually,
can understand.
yes. It could be brought into a point where it could be dewatered.
Mm-hmm.
And I will add to that, as part of this, we would do this during fish windows, and most likely the contractor would like to do this at Low Lake, because a good portion of the area that we're talking about actually goes in the dry at Low Lake, because the lake fluctuates 2 feet. And so the area up near where this loading station is doesn't go completely dry, but the up right next to the bulkhead goes very low. So it would be relatively easy to contain any water that is there, and there wouldn't be that much water to have to dewater if we needed to.
Okay, so the 247 linear feet isn't all around water. It could be, what, significantly less than that, half of that?
Yeah, and in all honesty, the way I think this would be constructed is, and I would have to talk with Richard about this, but he would probably do this in stages. He would most likely just do the loader station to start with, and that would be a much smaller area. We're probably talking about 125 lineal feet, and condensed very small around the area that's affected. Then at that point, if that was a way that we wanted to go, we could actually just march right on down the shoreline in very small pieces. It could be done at 100 square feet, 100 square feet, 100 square feet.
Around each pile.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you. I apologize, Mr. Costigan. I got carried away with my own questioning. I felt I was on a roll there.
Well,
but I return to you for further questions from this.
I would like to add, too, with the best management practices, we are also following the best management practices for the pile extraction.
I was going to ask about that. Thank you.
Yeah, the what we like to follow, it can be pulled with a boom, a crane, and a boom, and that is a much cheaper extraction, but it does cause more plume. In this case, the contractor has already said that he would go to a vibratory system, which is what the agencies like to see, because what it essentially does is, as that pile is being removed, it's being removed in a vibratory manner, where all of the sediment and anything that's on the pile is going right back down into that hole. Then that hole is capped with clean sand over the top of that area until the new pile is in place. With that, though, at the entire time, the curtain would be in place the entire time this is being done. While it's being removed, it would go upland to an upland facility, the pile that's removed, and then the new pile would be installed with the containment boom around it the entire time, and then they wait. There's a prescribed amount of time that they wait, and then the curtain's removed.
This is vibratory removal of the three pilings.
Of the three piles, correct.
Okay, so that's a strategy to mitigate any introduction of sediment into the surrounding waters.
Correct.
Different for the installation.
Installation is, there's still a curtain around it at all times, and it's vibratory. It does go in with a vibratory hammer. The piles are hollow, so they're not a capped end or a pointed end. They're hollow, so it's just the diameter of the pile is actually what's touching the sand and silt as it's being driven down, and everything inside of the pile stays inside that pile. It's encapsulated by the pile.
Thank you.
And you said that this is the BMP for agencies. Could you tell us which agencies you're referring to?
We have direct contact. We talk with all the project managers. In this case, we did have a site meeting with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and we talked about different strategies for how to go about the project. We also talked with multiple people at the Army Corps of Engineers. Jonathan Smith was the head kind of person leading this, but we had multiple conversations with quite a few people during the process, as well as we bring on people like Brad Thiel with Northwest Environmental, who works with all the agencies to help put together the biological evaluation, the JARPA, as well as any other material that goes to the agencies.
And when you have worked on similar projects elsewhere, have you been required to do the same type of impermeable curtain work on those other projects?
We are not the impermeable. That curtain is not a whole lot of contractors have it out there. This contractor in particular, we like him because he does have it for projects like this. It's not a requirement typically by agencies. The only time a silt curtain fence boom is normally put in place is when we are doing shoreline mitigation, where we're doing shoreline restoration. We're doing a lot of digging with equipment, lots of digging, and taking out old rockery bulkheads and putting in more of a natural environment, logs, root balls, installing root balls, putting in a lot of spawning gravel, that type of work. That's when we typically bring on a boom and a curtain. But a lot of times it's just a silt curtain, which captures most of the material, and it's more of a curtain like this. But water does flow back and forth. This is used a lot of times on tidal waters, because if you have an impermeable one, the curtain's going to go away. But we also use it when we're just doing shoreline, typical bulkhead projects. This is impermeable. Nothing can get by it.
Okay, thank you. And you did refer briefly to a series of, I guess there are three pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Examiner, I placed a packet of 3 pictures on your desk there, which has been marked C35. And since you've described generally what they are, I would offer them into evidence as an additional exhibit.
Can I
Ms.
object?
Hurst?
May I object to these pictures being added without adding the ones that show the oil slicks?
What are the ones that show the oil slicks?
These are a Kenmore Air Pier, and they show the oil slicks.
Is that something you introduced? I don't remember those.
I did not, but I think if these pictures are introduced,
Oh,
where everything
okay.
looks so
She's
calm.
talking about let's make a deal. But, you know, I'm
I've never seen what she's talking
disinclined
about.
to allow any of them in because I make it very clear in my pre-hearing orders that documents should be traded before the hearing itself. It's to avoid surprise at the hearing, to give each party an opportunity to prepare for the hearing and not take time to argue about whether new exhibits should be admitted or not admitted. So I'm disinclined to even entertain your introduction of this exhibit. Your witness did speak to how it works. It appears that these demonstrate that. Is that the purpose you'd want them admitted? To
Yes.
demonstrate how they work? Okay. I'm not going to admit them. I find the narrative testimony very clear, and he described it very, very clearly. So we'll just not.
Yeah.
I don't want to even put these in. Can you withdraw it or not?
Well, as long as you aren't putting them in, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll withdraw it.
I wouldn't note it then.
I'll withdraw it.
Exhibit
I'll
not
withdraw it
admitted.
so we
It's
don't have to
withdrawn.
identify the other thing that has been proposed.
Okay.
Mr. Husing, do you have with you by any chance at your desk there the site plan, or it's called an enlarged plan, from February of 2013, which shows the project and the curtain? Do you have?
I do have that set back by my desk. I do have what is essentially the same drawing in the Army Corps format.
Good. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So I wanted to point out to Mr. Hearing Examiner that this is Exhibit C2, and what he'll be referring to is sheets 3 and 4 of 9.
I didn't hear that.
It's a large depiction of the project site, which shows a diagram of the curtain itself and the outer extreme of the boundaries of the curtain along the shoreline, but does not show the curtain that would be placed around the piles. And I could have Mr. Husing address the additional curtains.
Yeah.
If you could just wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Which page did you want?
Pages 3 and 4.
I do have those in front of me.
Great.
So we did depict where the silk curtain would go along the shoreline in the drawing format, but we did want you to note that we do include that around the pile driving. That's going to be the 3 piles, and we did note it on all the documents. The last note, or the last line, where the arrows are pointing to the 3 piles, it does state a construction boom will be used around this area when the work is being completed. So it was the intention that at that location we would be doing the same method.
And could you please explain to the hearing examiner whether there will be any in-water work where it says in the middle of the diagram, area of pure flow to be reconfigured? Is there any in-water work in connection with that description?
Only in reconnecting it. There's nothing that would be at the lake bottom. When moving the pier over, the knuckle of the pier will be shrunk down. That will be built actually out of the water, brought to the site, set in the water, and reconnected to the pier, but it does not do any disturbance to the mud line or the lake bed. It's all out of lake bed action.
Thank you.
So what you're describing here in C2, pages 3 and 4, is the plan where your curtain encircles the entire project.
Yes.
And earlier described that you could also advance it a step at a time.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Is there any advantage to one mitigation over the other?
Only if there's dewatering that's occurring. If that's what it boils down to, and dewatering comes to that, then doing smaller areas is much simpler.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Koskum, do you have additional questions for your witness?
I have nothing further.
Okay. Ann Hurst, do you have any questions you wanted to ask?
Yes, yes. So did you fill out the JARPA for the Army Corps?
In a combination, I filled it out along with my employee in my office who's a biologist, along with Brad, yeah.
I see. So the Army Corps writes that...
Does this have an exhibit number that you...
Yes, it is. I'm sorry. Exhibit C23.
Mm-hmm.
Based on the information you provided to us...
Mr. Examiner, if I could interject here, I may have missed this, but I don't recall Ms. Wiesing talking about the Army Corps permit.
It's pertinent because...
He explained that he was in charge of submitting the permits, including the Army Corps permit.
Oh, did you? Okay, I'm sorry.
So that's based on the information you gave them. So on C4, the JARPA, this is the information you gave the Army Corps, and I don't have the date before me. Do you? I don't know what the date is on C4. Can anybody help me out on that? It was, all right, so I'll just go through this. On page 7, you do not fill out, what's my point here? Here it is 7H. It starts with page 7, but it goes to page 8. 7H is not filled out. No excavated materials. Therefore, 7J is not filled out. That's all right. No, that's okay. This is fine. No excavated materials. Activity, fill, drain, excavate, flood. Nothing is listed under 7H on page 8. On page 9, you do a narrative. And what bothers me is if any deleterious material enters the water during proposed work, this material shall be removed immediately and disposed of in an appropriate upland facility. How do you know what facility upland is appropriate if you don't test?
Well, we would, I mean, in this case, we're talking about material that dislodges, that's not supposed to dislodge, is picked up.
Even the...
Let him respond to your question.
Yes, yeah. Yes and no.
Yeah.
It's bigger than that.
Right. So we would be, in this case, everything would be contained in this, and any material that we talk about there is we work with our contractors. Each of them do this as a living, and they have their facilities that they would be going to. So you're talking about construction methods in this case?
No. What I want to know is what if your crane drops one of these materials you're removing, and there are quite a few. You're removing a lot of materials. You're removing a wave barrier. You're removing concrete floats that presumably have anchors.
Yeah, right.
You're in this JARPA.
Mm-hmm.
You're removing concrete groins. Both the concrete groins and the wave barrier will change the currents. So what do you expect the sediments to do after you're gone?
Let's stick to a question at a time.
Okay.
You asked how do you know what to do with the material? Wasn't that your first question?
That was the first question.
All right. We just need to get an answer to the question. That's how we work in this forum. So he was, I think, responding to that. If you have other questions, then you can ask those, but one at a time.
And in this case, where we're doing all the work inland, we are purposely doing all the work by land so that we can contain everything near land. The equipment will be kept on land. They'll be able to pick up whatever behind the silk curtain barrier and bring it directly up onto land into the parking lot.
In the application, 640 square feet of work area.
Mm-hmm.
Would that coincide with your imagination of how big the silk curtain is?
Well, I mean, what we're doing is going all the way from the one end of the concrete growing
Yes.
to where the float plane would be. So the extension.
All right. So this was the application by Monroe said 640 square feet of work.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
that's when you take into effect all the concrete growings that we're removing, which was advised by the Department of Fish and Wildlife to remove them because they are a barrier to fish, and that's why we are removing them.
That's fine, but you're changing the currents. Has anyone looked into, according to this JARPA, you're changing the currents, has anyone looked into how that will affect sediment movement?
Transportation. I would have to defer. I don't know if Brad addressed, if that was addressed in any of the BE information or
I
habitat
didn't see
management
it.
plan.
That would be all my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Kasakuma, any redirect?
Isn't it true at the end of that process you've just been asked about, the Army Corps of Engineers granted permission for this project to proceed?
Yes, they did.
And that approval had certain conditions
Yes,
in it, and some of those conditions related to containment of the sediment?
correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir, for being here today. Does the city have any additional witnesses you'd like to call?
Yes.
We will be calling Mr. Dan Berlin and Andrew Bauer and Allison Russell, just briefly at the end. Next, I am going to have Dan Berlin speak to you.
Good afternoon. If you'd please take the oath. And do you swear or affirm to tell truth and testimony you give today?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and state your name and your background.
Okay. My name is Dan Berlin. I am a sediment scientist at Anchor QEA. It's an environmental consulting company out of Seattle. And I have a master's degree in environmental management. I've been doing shoreline and aquatic sediment testing and permitting for the last 14 years. And I've been working with the City of Kenmore and Department of Ecology since 2012 on the sediment testing program that is one of the exhibits we'll be talking about today. So I plan to walk through the sediment reports and the available sediment data that is available in the project area. There is more sediment data beyond that area, and I'll do a high-level review of that, but focusing on the sediment data that's in the vicinity of this proposal.
Well, as you prepare to do that, is this information that the city, and maybe you don't know, but if you do know, did the city use this information in preparation of its threshold determination?
I do know that all of this information was available at the time of the threshold determination. I was not involved in that decision, but I do know that the city commissioned and paid for the study from 2012.
What is the study? Can you reference that?
That would be C27.
Okay.
The Kenmore Area Sediment and Water Characterization Environmental Evaluation Report. And that was funded by the City of Kenmore as well as the Department of Ecology.
I see. And so the city had it available prior to the issuance of the MDNS?
Yes, they did. Yes.
Thank you. Please continue.
And Mr. Berlin, maybe to help us organize what you're going to say today, C27, if you could explain to Mr. Hearing Examiner what is in that document that you'll be talking about, because it's my understanding there's 3 separate parts to it. You were involved in all 3. If you could explain that clearly so he can take a look at the document as you're talking, that would be great.
Sure. Yeah, so I was the project manager for the sediment investigation. And this was, it started in 2012 with the development of a sampling analysis plan to collect sediment samples, perform testing of those sediment samples, and then ultimately provide the results. And part of that work was done with the Department of Ecology grant money. And so the report itself, C27, includes the Department of Ecology's summary of the work that my company did. And then an appendix to that is the sampling analysis plan that we developed. And then the second appendix is the report that my company developed that summarized the data. And Ecology repackaged that and provided their own interpretation of that data in the main body of the report. So just I'll briefly talk about the sampling itself, the goals, and the results. The original intent of the study that the City of Kenmore was planning to do was to understand the suitability for open water disposal of the sediment in the Federal Navigation Channel. And that was a handful of samples to understand whether there was the potential that this sediment could be dredged and disposed of in open water out in Elliott Bay. The scope grew for that study when there were concerns about sediment quality in other parts of the Kenmore shoreline.
Did you look at this proposed site then at all? At this, what's called the Kenmore Air site?
This was originally the samples in the Federal Navigation Channel were only in the Federal Navigation Channel. The Department of Ecology provided funding to do additional testing along the shoreline, and some of those samples were collected in Harbor Village Marina, North Lake Marina, along the Lake Point development site, and then also up into the Sammamish River. North Lake Marina did contribute some funding to do sampling in their marina area, specifically because they were interested in understanding whether their sediment, if it were ever to be dredged, would also qualify for open water disposal. Kenmore Air did not choose to contribute money to the study to perform testing. From what I understand, they did not have any plans to do dredging and therefore did not choose to have their sediment tested to assess open water disposal potential.
What does it cost? Do you have any idea?
I think, North Lake Marina, for example, had 2 samples that they collected, and I think it was, on the order of $7,000 to $10,000.
Okay, thank you. All right, so nothing off the Kenmore Air site.
Correct, yeah.
But you did sediment testing in a variety of locations, shoreline locations, as well as in the navigation channel.
We did. Yes.
Mr. Berlin, are you referring to Figure 1 when you're looking at the diagram?
Yes, I'm looking at Figure 1 in C27.
Okay. Mr. Hearing Examiner, we have this is C34, but if you'd like a bigger copy of it, we could certainly hand it out.
No, I don't need a bigger copy. Okay. I do need, though, more of a map of where we're going with this gentleman's testimony. He's clearly very well informed. He's got a lot of information about sediment. And I want to make sure we zero in on just what the city relied upon, because I don't know that for sure until you get a responsible official up here. And then, is it going to mitigation, or is it going to no mitigation? Where are we going with this witness?
Oh, he is going to be testifying concerning the contaminants themselves and the level of contaminants, because that is at issue here. From his analysis and testing and reports. He's also going to tell us about the relationship between a DAMP that Mr. Poon testified to and his interaction with the city on analyzing that DAMP before the MDNS was issued in May of this year.
All right, and primarily. A lot of this, my key question to him was, did you look at the Kenmore Air site? The answer is no. They elected not to pay the $7,000 to $10,000.
But he will explain to you, and this is on the diagram, that they did test areas of the channel that are adjacent to but not touching Kenmore Air. It's the closest thing anybody has to the contaminant level by Kenmore Air, which then the city had to rely upon in order to make the decision that nothing needed to be done except put the silk curtain around the.
All right, let's get right to that, because I can tell we have a very well-informed individual, and he's been patient all day, but I really want to get to that issue of this environmental review that's in front of us today, even though there's a broad interest in all the other areas. So let's get right to that.
Okay, yeah, I can. And what I'd like to do is describe just generally the sediment results in the closest vicinity to the Kenmore Air proposed project area, and then also some conclusions that Department of Ecology drew about that data and all of the data in this area, and also Department of Health's conclusions using the same data. Because there's been a lot of contention about contamination, and the regulatory agencies in this area have not indicated that the sediment quality is of concern to them. So the samples that are, I'm sorry, did you get figure one? You didn't want a physical map? I'm going to be talking.
I don't need it.
Points.
Focus on what's close to the Kenmore Air site.
Okay.
I do have documents in front of me that say the materials are not suitable for open water dispersal.
Right.
All right?
Yeah.
Why are you deviating from that conclusion? What is it about the materials that you analyze or your firm?
Right.
Okay, can you get right
Sure.
there?
Yeah, so there's two differences between, the difference between the suitability determination that determined that the sediment in the navigation channel is not suitable for open water disposal is because of the dioxin and furan levels above the open water disposal criteria, which is 4 parts per trillion toxic equivalents, TEQ. And then they also compared some other chemistry to the marine open water disposal criteria. Because it's an Elliott Bay disposal site, they compare it to the marine criteria, and some of the contaminants were above those criteria. In the Department of Ecology report, the sediment was compared to freshwater criteria. The sediment cleanup standard, the sediment management standards has specific freshwater criteria, which is different than the open water disposal criteria. In the two samples from the navigation channel that are immediately adjacent to Kenmore Air Harbor, there were no contaminants that exceeded any freshwater cleanup screening levels. There were detected dioxins in those areas, but they were 1.6 and 6.8, which are low concentrations. Did
not exceed the freshwater
cleanup criteria.
Cleanup criteria?
Yeah, there's
freshwater cleanup criteria.
Yeah.
Is that the standard reference made in your profession?
I think specifically it would be the sediment cleanup objective, the SCO, and that is.
So even though it exceeded the open water dispersal criteria, it did not exceed the freshwater cleanup criteria.
Correct.
Is that your conclusion?
That's right.
All right.
The sediment from the navigation channel, it's samples SG4 and SG5. The samples that are from North Lake Marina to the west did have 3 exceedances of the freshwater criteria, PCBs, and then 2 phthalate compounds, which are typical contaminants associated with plastics and PVC and very ubiquitous in urban areas. The dioxin concentrations are very high in Harbor Village Marina, and they get lower as you go to North Lake Marina, and then as you proceed further east into the navigation channel, they become very, very low. And so there is a trend of decreasing dioxin concentrations from Harbor Village Marina, where dioxin was as high as 71, into North Lake Marina, where it was 37, and then 20, and then as you get into the Federal Navigation Channel adjacent to Kenmore Air, the concentrations were 6 and 1.6. So that suggests that Harbor Village Marina does have high dioxins, and as you move further away, the concentrations are lower. The Department of Ecology concluded in their report that except for the 2 marinas, the sediment and water were below state cleanup requirements. And they specifically identified the elevated dioxin at those 2 marinas, and that further evaluation may be required in those areas. They did say that in the navigation channel and along Kenmore Industrial Park, that no further evaluation is required by Department of Ecology. And besides the 2 phthalate compounds that were present further out in the navigation channel, all other chemicals were significantly below state cleanup requirements. And then there was other public access parks that they evaluated, and they determined that the concentrations are below criteria there as well.
Mr. Berlin, I'm looking at the diagram, figure 1, that you have open there.
Yep.
And it shows the Kenmore Industrial Park Lake Point development directly across from Kenmore Air Harbor. Is that correct?
Correct.
So did the report that you're referring to, DOE report, say anything about the contaminants or chemicals at the Kenmore Industrial Park? For example, whether or not they're migrating, the contaminants are migrating into the water?
Yes, one of the conclusions of the study was that there was no source of contamination into the sediments from Kenmore Industrial Park.
Thank you.
So that's the Department of Ecology report. There was, with this data, because of the concern about potential contamination, the Department of Health also conducted a health assessment, considering a health consultation, considering the exposure of humans to the sediment and to the water in this part. This is exhibits C30 and C31. C30 is the fact sheet, and which Department of Health concluded that touching, breathing, or accidentally eating sediment from the public access areas, Kenmore Navigation Channel and Kenmore Industrial Park, are not expected to harm people's health. So that was C30 from the fact sheet.
Where is that on the fact sheet?
Next page. It's the first bullet under conclusions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then C31, which is the thorough report, the health consultation report on which the fact sheet is based, also said that the levels of contaminants found in sediments are below levels of health concern. Exposure to sediments in these areas are not expected to cause non-cancer health effects. The estimated cancer risk associated with exposure to sediments is considered low to insignificant and is based on lifetime exposures, 72 to 78 years. Cancer risks are estimated and should not be taken to represent actual or likely risks for the public. The risks could be as low as 0.
Can you explain to me what you mean by sediments and what you think Department of Health means by sediments?
Yeah,
whether they're the same or different?
They would be the same. I mean, sediments are submerged or partially submerged soil. And
well, to what depth?
And any submerged material would be considered sediment.
Any submerged? So when
Yeah.
Department of Health says if you accidentally eat the sediments, there's no problem? Would that mean if you ate the sediment that was a ½ inch down or a foot down or 3 feet down, it would have the same impact?
I see. Yeah, they base their assessment on the sediment that people are likely to come into contact with.
So it's maybe a different understanding of sediment than what you use.
Well, it's all sediment, but it's how they base their health consultation.
Mm-hmm.
They did their health consultation on the surface sediment.
It might be clearer if they said shallow sediments or something to differentiate from deep sediments. And this is what I want to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
When you did your study, were you involved in doing the sampling or helping design the sampling?
Yes, I was involved.
Did you take sampling at different depths of sediment?
We took samples in the Federal Navigation Channel as deep as we could with a grab sampler for cost effectiveness. That was about 20 to 25 centimeters below the mudline. In the other areas where we were particularly interested in understanding surface sediment contamination, in cooperation with Department of Health and Department of Ecology, we designed the testing program to collect just the upper 10 centimeters of sediment. North Lake Marina sediment was the 20 to 25 centimeters depths because they were interested in the dredge assessment, just like the navigation channel. But there were no cores collected from below the upper portion of the sediment.
And Harbor Village?
Harbor Village was a 10 centimeter sample because there is historic data available from 2011 that indicates that the subsurface sediment has very high levels of dioxin.
Very high level?
Very high levels.
So you felt you didn't need to retest that then?
It was well characterized, yes. And that assessment was specifically in the Harbor Village Marina was especially intended to understand the suitability for open water disposal. and that's why it was sediment cores and was captured the entire potential dredge prism that could be disposed of in open water.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Berlin, to assist us in understanding your comments and hearing the examiner's questions, I'd like to turn your attention to pages 5 and 6 of this C31, or 30, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, C31.
C31.
But you were just talking about the health consultation. And could you review the last paragraph of page 5 and the first paragraph of the sample collection and analysis section on page 6 to refresh your memory on what sampling this consultation is based on?
Okay. Yeah. So this is in the site background section of the health consultation, and it's indicating that the sampling was conducted in public access areas and near Kenmore Industrial Park, specifically in response to community concerns. It was intended to supplement the Corps of Engineers or the study that was done in the Federal Navigation Channel to assess the potential for open water disposal of the dredge material. Surface water sampling was also conducted to understand whether there were health concerns associated with ingestion of the surface water.
Why do you reference Kenmore Industrial Park? What's the relationship of that with Kenmore Air?
There was a fair amount of community concerns about potential sources of contamination into sediments from historic landfill.
So by doing sampling there, did it help you to conclude what might be on the Kenmore Air property? Does it have any relevance to that?
No. This is just there were multiple reasons why.
Okay, so I'm really interested in what we're dealing with here, one specific site. So
yes.
It was your testimony earlier that the navigation channel sampling allowed you to conclude there was no concern with the site that we're looking at today?
The two samples from the navigation channel that are most proximate to Kenmore Air do not have contaminants above the freshwater cleanup standards. And so yes, those data do suggest that as you move further from Harbor Village Marina towards Kenmore Air and then ultimately to the navigation channel, that concentrations decrease.
At least at some depth of sediment.
In the surface sediment from the data we have available.
Surface sediment.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And then I think the last part of this statement was that Department of Health did help us design the study to and as well as Department of Ecology to support their health consultation that they would be providing. They reviewed the draft sampling analysis plan and provided comments.
Mr. Knauskum, any more questions for your witness?
Oh, yes, I have several. There are some other topic areas I think would be very helpful for the issues before you today. Mr. Berlin, could you just describe briefly the February 25, 2015 memo to Rob Carlindsey, the city manager, concerning the DMMP letter of January 2015, as well as the DMP itself? And these would be C28 and C29 of the city's exhibits. And to tell all of us what the conclusions of that are and whether those conclusions affect what you just testified to.
Right. The letter that I wrote on February 25th, 2015 was to provide context and understanding about the suitability determination from January 27th, 2015 that indicated that the sediment that may be dredged from the Federal Navigation Channel would be unsuitable for open water disposal in Elliott Bay. I wrote this information in order to clarify that just because sediment is not suitable for open water disposal in Elliott Bay does not make it unsafe in its current location and does not mean that it is a cleanup site. In fact, it is not a cleanup site, and the Department of Ecology has not identified this area as an area that may become a cleanup site.
And what kind of sampling was done in the DMP report, and how does that relate to the sampling that was done for the DOE report a year and a half before?
Right. The Department of Ecology report that was done in 2013 that we supported was intended to provide a screening level assessment of the potential for open water disposal in the navigation channel, if we're comparing just the data from the navigation channel to the DMP sediment data. That was the upper 25 centimeters because that was a cost-effective way to assess the sediment, if it may actually qualify for open water disposal, if it would be below those criteria. The sampling that was conducted by the Corps of Engineers in the Federal Navigation Channel in 2014 that was referred to earlier was actual sediment cores. It went deeper, and it showed that the dioxins were high enough to prevent it from open water disposal. Those were buried sediments, and in general, the sediment at depth, including the dioxin concentration, was higher. Was generally slightly higher than the surface sediment samples in that same area. But I do want to distinguish that the sediment samples collected from the Federal Navigation Channel nearest to Kenmore Air have very similar or lower concentrations in the subsurface sediment. And that includes, dioxins, but also other contaminants of concern.
Witnesses who have testified previous to you today have discussed the impacts of having pile driving and installation and material removal within a silt screen or curtain. Do you have any comments on what happens with the sediment that is being disturbed, if any, if there's pile driving, pile removal, or other work within the silt curtain?
Yeah. I mean, I do know that one of the permit conditions was to follow the Washington Department of Natural Resources best management practices for pile removal and disposal. That was attached to the Corps of Engineers permit, and this is the standard of practice for pile removal. The Department of Natural Resources actually had a derelict creosote piling removal program over the last several years where they spent a lot of money to remove piles throughout Washington State in cleanup sites and in clean sites as well. And from my experience, I understand, and I've seen on projects both in cleanup sites and in clean sites, that these are the standard practices for pile removal. One thing I do want to note that is not standard in these BMPs is the required use of a full-length silt curtain that goes from the water surface down to the mud line. These BMPs simply require the use of a floating boom to capture any debris that may be dislodged and float and come to the surface as part of the pile removal. And they do not actually require that any sediment generated as part of pile removal be contained within a full-length silt curtain. So what's proposed as part of this project is above and beyond what's typically required of other pile removal projects, no matter whether they're in clean or contaminated areas. And then I think, the vibratory, these BMPs also do indicate that, the vibratory extraction method is the most optimum way to reduce the potential impacts associated with pile removal. Specifically that this method, if followed, can result in little or no sediment attached to the skin of the pile during withdrawal. So these methods will be followed, and these are typical regardless of the sediment quality in the areas that piles are removed.
Previously, and I think you heard this, Mr. Husing testified to the type of pile that will be installed. I think he said it was a core pile. Do you understand what that means?
It was a hollow steel pile.
Yeah, I have that testimony from
Okay.
a prior witness.
So do you have any comments or observations on that type of pile being driven into the sediment and the installation of that impact on sediment dispersal, if any?
Yes, I mean, I think the comment I would have would be in response to the letter from the Department of Ecology from May 28th that recommended that the city require sampling of sediments in the areas where new piling will be installed to depths of proposed pilings, and to ensure that the new piling is not driving contaminants deeper. With hollow steel piles, when you drive them deeper, the sediment in the footprint of the steel pile becomes encapsulated in the steel pile, and so as you drive it deeper, that sediment plug, forms a plug and extends up into the steel pile. I have read studies about the potential disturbance of sediment from pile installation, and piles that are not hollow tend to displace more sediment, both laterally and possibly vertically. But because these are hollow steel piles, they are likely to displace much less sediment than other types of piles.
Thank you. It has been testified to previously that apparently after the test results at stations SG4 and SG5, which you've testified to, there was sediment stirred up by barges and vessels. Do you have any opinions or comments on what the effect of that would be to the sediment in front of Kenmore Air, if any?
Samples SG4 and 5 that are most proximal to Kenmore Air were sampled, I think, before some of the alleged sediment disturbance. Those sediment samples, first of all, were clean before the disturbance, and if that sediment was resuspended and then moved at all, settled back in its place or nearby, the nature of the contaminants associated with that sediment would not have changed at all from being suspended and settled back down. The location of that sediment may have changed slightly depending on the type of prop wash and the direction of the prop wash.
And do you say that because in this navigation channel, is there a natural current going one way or the other? This is not fed by a creek or a stream, is it?
There's no freshwater stream in this area. From my observation, it's a very quiescent, calm area.
What's the word you used?
I used quiescent.
Oh, nice choice. Thank you. Quiescent and calm. Okay.
Just a couple more questions.
Do you? All right, because we're wandering a little bit. I really want to keep it focused on the issue here today.
Now, there's been a lot of testimony today, and actually the assertions of the appellants in this case is that there should have been testing required by Kenmore Air of the sediments where the installation of the pier, of the piles, and other work is to be done. Do you have any comments or opinion on whether any testing would show us anything, or what we should do with testing, or how that should be conducted?
Yeah, I mean, I think if there were testing to be conducted, I would want to think about how that testing could be used to understand the impacts of the project, and then also to understand how the project may be designed, or what other mitigation measures would be implemented to account for that. The sediment that's being disturbed is in the location of these 3 piles that are being removed. And like we've talked about earlier, those piles will be encapsulated with a full-length silk curtain, and so that the sediment...
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Are you saying installation of pilings has no disturbance of sediment?
Nope, just talking about removal right now. If the piles are being extracted, the sediment that may become resuspended and brought to the surface with the pile is currently attached to the pile, and deep along the pile length. There's really no way to sample pile that's being brought to the surface, or the sediment that's adjacent to the pile that's being brought to the surface. And so those 3 piles that are being removed, I don't know that there's any way to actually test that sediment in there, and further, I don't think that there would be any other BMPs or other mitigation measures that would be employed beyond what's already being proposed to account for that potential. So, piles that are being installed, I think that the sediment disturbance is not likely to generate much turbidity, if any. It's really a question of how the sediment may change, laterally as a result of the pile going in.
Have you observed installation of piles using the vibratory method?
I have.
From underwater?
Not from underwater. Yeah, I have.
And when you observed, have you seen any turbidity at all of the water around the piling?
It depends on the pile installation method and the type of pile.
I mentioned vibratory.
Yeah, so this would be a vibratory pile with a hollow steel, and I think that it has a lower likelihood to generate turbidity than other.
But possible.
It's possible. Yeah.
Okay. Because earlier you indicated everything's encapsulated within the hollow pile itself, but that's not quite true, is it? You'd have other movement of settlement as a pile is pounded down.
There can be some small displacement. In the literature I've read, the sediment that may move, it decreases as you move further from the pile, and it is really on the order of a few centimeters change.
Mm-hmm.
The sediment that's being encapsulated, that discussion was really intended to address Department of Ecology's recommendation that sampling be collected in the location of the new
clarification. But even vibration itself can disturb sediment.
It can.
Okay, thank you.
And then I think in the other areas where sediment would be disturbed is, on the shoreline where the groins are being removed. And again, regardless of the sediment quality in those areas, the full-length silk curtain would be the most appropriate best management practice for controlling any resuspended sediment in that area, regardless of the sediment quality.
And finally, one more question. There has been testimony today concerning lead or zinc contaminants in the general area. But could you tell us about lead or zinc contaminant levels near Kenmore Air? And I guess that would be through SG4 and SG5 in the 2013 report. Do you have any figures concerning those 2 chemicals or substances?
I know that the lead and zinc concentrations are below the freshwater sediment criteria for both of those locations, and the lead concentrations are 1 to 2 orders of magnitude lower than the cleanup criteria, and the zinc concentrations are 2 to 3 orders of magnitude lower than the cleanup criteria.
Thank you.
When you reference cleanup criteria, is that a measure that's related to public health, or is it related to liability for initiating a cleanup plan?
It's a generic term that is intended really for benthic protection, so benthic invertebrates, not human health. And if I was to be more specific, I would say they're not above the sediment cleanup objective, which is a terminology in the sediment management standards.
Okay, thank you.
And I think if there was anything else I would say from what I heard this morning, I think that the sampling that was conducted in the area of Kenmore Air Harbor was all done using standard protocols that the Department of Ecology and Department of Health require to do their assessments of cleanup sites for Department of Ecology and health consultations for Department of Health.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here today. And we'll check to see if the appellant has any questions.
I do have 2 or 3 questions.
Okay.
So you quoted the Department of Health report. What's missing in that report is the consumption of fish in the area. Do you agree?
The Department of Health looked at direct contact and incidental ingestion of sediment and also consumption of water.
But not consumption of fish.
They did not look at fish consumption for human health consideration.
The Department of Fish and Wildlife and Ecology recommended this silt curtain. Why do you think that is?
I think my understanding is that they recommended the silt curtain primarily in the shoreline areas where the majority of the sediment is being disturbed with the earthwork, removing the groins. I've not ever seen a full-length silt curtain recommended or required for pile removal projects. And so I don't know, but if I was to look at this project objectively, without having any background, I would assume that the applicant had gone to greater lengths to ensure that there was not any sediment being resuspended as part of pile removal above and beyond what the standard requirements would be.
I think the applicant in his environmental checklist said ecology tested outside his shores and there was no contaminants of concern. And that was the checklist that went to the JARPA, to the HPA, to everyone until the Department of Fish and Wildlife and Ecology reacted.
I mean, in my review of the SEPA checklist, I do know that the city did append some information and address the contamination, or did identify that there was contamination there. I think the city planner can talk to that later.
And something went by me. You said the Kenmore Industrial Park was tested, and you understand those were only water tests. They weren't sediment tests.
There were sediment tests along the western and southern shoreline of...
Oh, in the more recent. So you were just talking about the more recent test.
The 2013 ecology report.
And what were the levels of contaminants along in the small? You went 25 centimeters maybe along that shore. What were the levels of contaminants at the Kenmore Industrial Park shorelands?
I can tell you without looking at the tables that the concentrations were all below the freshwater cleanup criteria in each of the samples adjacent to Kenmore Industrial Park.
And can you tell me again when the sampling there was done?
It was 2012.
Was it before or after May 3rd, 2012?
Well, why don't I look it up?
Thank you.
This was, these samples were collected in November 2012.
December 2012.
November 2012.
All right. The Clean Water Act violations were occurring before that date. So the barges had already displaced a lot of surface sediment over to Kenmore Air.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, the snapshot in time at that point was that samples SG4 and 5, which are near Kenmore, are below cleanup criteria.
So you tested after the barges had displaced the sediments towards Kenmore Air's piers?
I don't know when the barges were active in that area.
And are you aware that in 2005 there were 13.2 dioxins in these same areas you just tested?
I am. That was
okay. And that was a surface sample also?
Yeah. We considered that data point when we developed the sampling plan.
Okay, good. I have no more questions.
Mr. Kenmore, I apologize, but in my rush to get done quickly, I neglected to ask Mr. Berlin about one issue that I think is very relevant.
Why don't you do that now?
I will. Mr. Berlin, with respect to dioxins, and it's their ability to travel in water or through the air. Could you talk to us about dioxins and their attachment or non-attachment to sediment?
Yeah, dioxins are...
It sounds like a dissertation topic, so we might get a brief answer.
And I definitely don't have the expertise to talk about this.
Okay, and we've had other witnesses discuss the transport of dioxins.
Yeah.
So
dioxins strongly attach to sediment particles. They are not, they do not tend to be present in the water. And so if there is suspended sediment, the dioxins would be attached to the suspended sediment. Once the sediment settles, it's not likely that there's dioxins present in the water, considering the nature of dioxins.
They're not free wanderers. They're not cage-free, moving throughout the water. They will be attached.
They attach to sediment.
Okay. Which means if you removed any sediment through dewatering or whatever method, you would remove most, if not all, dioxins.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Koskuma, do you have any other witnesses to present on behalf of the city?
I do. I have Andrew Bauer, the city planner, who is the planner assigned to this application. And I'm pleased to say that in light of the time of the day and what Mr. Berlin has been able to testify to, I've been able to eliminate about 90% of his testimony. I was just going to have him illuminate some of the exhibits that have been testified to. But I do want to say, in lieu of what Mr. Bauer is going to testify to, that I would encourage the hearing examiner to look at C32 and C33 because they do address dioxin levels and the effect of dioxins and other contaminants on public health.
Okay.
But I'm going to have Mr. Bauer testify to your question of us, which is what did the city consider in deciding what the mitigation should be for this project.
Okay.
Mr. Bauer, if you could please tell us your name and position and address the question I just told the hearing examiner, or promised him that you're going to testify to.
I've got something first, though, which is for you to take the oath. If you please raise your hand. And do you swear to tell truth in testimony you give today?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. My name's Andrew Bauer. I'm a planner here with the City of Kenmore. I've been in my current position since about 2006. And I've done a wide range of project reviews under SEPA here with the city, as well as multiple types of shoreline permit project reviews and a whole range of other types of development type applications. I'm here to speak to the SEPA review and the scope of the documents and information the city considered leading up to our issuance of the SEPA MDNS, the Mitigated Determination of Non-Significance. So as part of that review, we looked at the application materials provided by the applicant, which have all been entered into the record here. We've also considered the 2013 ecology report, which is Exhibit C27, which came to the conclusion that a couple of the sites adjacent to the project site at Kenmore Air did not rise to the level of a cleanup site under ecology. Specifically, we were looking at the conclusions that they drew at the Kenmore Industrial Park, as well as the navigation channel, which are right adjacent to Kenmore Air. We also relied upon the Department of Health consultation, which came as a result of that 2013 ecology report. And that's Exhibit C30 and then C31, which one of those was the fact sheet. So that came to issued the conclusion that the sediments and the level of contaminations in along the shoreline in Kenmore are safe for humans. So there was no public health concern there. Again, specifically looking at the Kenmore Industrial Park and the navigation channel, which are adjacent. And then further, Department of Ecology itself issued us an email, which was Exhibit C18 in May 2014 during the SEPA comment period, and they specifically went out of their way to tell us they had no comment on the application. So that was a strong, again, kind of another piece of information that we used in issuing our decision. And then further, just the kind of the baseline or the scope of some of these reports focused on kind of leading up to a potential dredging of the navigation channel and a couple of the marinas further to the west. So being that there was no dredging proposed as part of this project, it's simply pile driving and pile removal and some other debris removal along the shoreline as mitigation. Again, kind of just another kind of piece of information that we were taking into consideration in our SEPA determination. And then taking that a step further, the applicant was willing and then also being conditioned by other agency approvals to put into effect some of these BMPs or best management practices, one of them being the silt screen that we've talked at length today about. So again, you know, kind of they're not doing any dredging, and then the scope of work that they are doing may disturb some sediment, but it's going to be contained to a local area to minimize anything being transported out of the project site. And those were conditions placed on the project by both the Corps and then also the State Department of Fish and Wildlife, and then the city, kind of taking all of this information in, placed our own mitigation measure on the project through SEPA. So we issued the MDNS with the mitigation requirement that they implement the silt screen to, again, minimize or eliminate any sediment transport off the project.
And when was that MDNS issued?
That was May 2015.
Okay. And was there any other information that might have come to your attention, some of which you heard about today, that you considered? Maybe you didn't implement any recommendations, but there was anything else that you saw that came to your attention that might qualify as new information?
You may be referring to the letter that Ecology sent sent to the city. Again, you know, it was untimely in that it was sent to us during the appeal period, and I think actually right up at the end of the appeal period, if I'm not mistaken. And so at that point, you know, they could have appealed the project or reached out in other ways, but given the information that we had at the time to issue our decision, we felt that the mitigation we placed on the SEPA was adequate based off of the project scope.
Okay, that's what I was asking. So you did review it, but you felt like you'd already addressed the concerns that were raised in the letter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have additional questions for your witness?
I don't have any questions.
Ms. Hurst, do you have any cross-examination of this witness?
I do. So can we go to is it appropriate to ask you about the SEPA checklist, or should I ask Brad Thiel?
No, he testified he's familiar with the SEPA review process.
Okay.
That would be within the scope of his direct examination. That's the test.
Okay.
If he testifies about something, then you can ask him questions.
Thank you. Well, in 2014, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife okayed the SEPA, and it was based on this environmental checklist, right? So there were communications that some of this was incorrect. Item 8 on page 2, the answer of Mr. Banks was, Ecology soil testing, which came up negative, clean, can be found at https://fortress.wa.gov, whatever. Not only did that link turn out to be incorrect, a habitat management plan by Northwest Environmental Consulting, and I'd like to talk to them, I don't know if you're going to call them as a witness, was prepared and reviewed by the City of Kenmore as part of the shoreline permit review.
Ms. Hurst, what document are you reading from?
I'm sorry, it's C7. It's the SEPA checklist.
Okay, thank you.
I'm finally getting to that. So how can you have a corrected SEPA checklist April 27 of 15 when you haven't corrected what was given to the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife in 2014? That permit is only for 2 years.
Let's let him answer the question.
Okay.
I'm not sure I understand the question. How?
You corrected this SEPA checklist April 27, 2015.
Well, let's find out if that's what he did. Did you correct a SEPA checklist?
I wouldn't call it correcting. As part of our agency review, we'll add comments or annotations to the SEPA checklist to maybe fill in some blanks or supplement some of the information as part of our SEPA review, and that's typical of all SEPA agencies as far as I'm aware. So the information that we added in there was to supplement some of the information. So I think the question on the checklist you're referring to that provides the link, I was simply noting that there was some other environmental studies that had been conducted, one of which was a habitat management plan.
But isn't it true that this is blatantly wrong, number 8, because Kenmore Air, as we've already established, never tested? How would he know that his sediments are clean?
Yeah, I don't have the checklist in front of me.
Do you want it?
Sure,
Skip
hand
it to
it to him. Let him review the comment that he made.
If I could add, Mr. Bauer, if you could read what the applicant actually said on there, which is different from what Ms. Hurst is saying, how she's characterizing.
Sure, yeah. So the question is on the SEPA checklist. It says, list any environmental information you know about that has been prepared or will be prepared directly related to this proposal. The applicant referenced ecology soil testing, which came up negative, can be found at, and then they provide the hyperlink to, I'm presuming was to the ecology test. I'm presuming that it was just kind of more broadly referencing some of the information related to the Kenmore shoreline, which we took into consideration as part of our SEPA review anyhow.
Is that where you added the additional information that you mentioned earlier?
Yes, so I added just the fact that there was a habitat management plan that was prepared as part of the SEPA review.
And has that been brought forward for discussion today or not?
I believe that was entered in as an exhibit.
Okay. And did you then look at that hyperlink that was referenced by the applicant when filling out the checklist? Do you recall?
I don't recall that I typed in the hyperlink, but it's fortress.wa.gov/ECY/cleanup site documents. I think it's safe to assume what it was referring to. I was fully aware of the ecology reports and the information at that time.
Oh, so you believe that referenced the ecology report that we've been looking at today, the 2013 one?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I have 2 more questions. I'm looking at C24, which is the engineer report from Zach Richardson. I assume you reviewed that. Right? Okay.
What was the answer? Yes?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Okay, item 4 on that report is the trip, may I read it? And then
What's the exhibit number?
it's C24.
Okay. Yeah, please proceed.
Okay. The Trip Generation Manual, 8th edition, determines traffic impact for a commercial airport based on the average flights per day, and the intent of the project is not to increase flights at the site. Therefore, the project will not have a significant impact on traffic. Traffic impact fees will not be required for this project. In answer to that, are you aware of Northwest Environmental Consulting's Brad Thiel's letter to the city, Exhibit C21?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Hunter, when you find C21, let me know.
I have it.
Okay, thank you. So on page 2, the second paragraph is being answered. The existing rail car system at the float plane loading and offloading facility allows handling of de Havilland Beaver aircraft that have a wingspan of 48 feet. That's what's current. Occasionally, a de Havilland Otter wingspan, 58 feet, can be taken out, but is difficult to maneuver around the existing building structure adjacent to the floating unloading facility. The pier expansion will increase the size of the rail car to handle a Twin Otter that has a wingspan of 65 feet. The Twin Otter was recently put back into production, and Kenmore Air is planning on competing for maintenance of these larger planes against other U.S. and Canadian facilities. A new hangar is already planned so that these larger planes can be maintained on site. So if you're having larger planes, adding them to your stock, you're going to fly them. So how would the engineer's report be correct that traffic will not be increased? Did you happen to notice all of that and look into it?
I didn't do a traffic review, and I don't want to speak on behalf of Zach Richardson when he's not in the room.
You want me to respond to that?
Yes.
No, I don't.
Oh.
Not at this time. You have a witness in front of you. You're asking questions on cross-examination.
Okay.
And his answer is he doesn't have an answer for that.
Okay.
That wasn't his area of
all right.
expertise.
Thank you. So soil displacement will not only occur during construction, but will be ongoing with increasing size of planes, right? How could that not be?
I'm not an expert in soil displacement or how the effect of soil would relate to the size of the plane.
Do Twin Otters also use leaded fuel, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not an aviation expert.
Okay, so I would think that C24 on traffic impacts is incorrect. I have a couple other questions to ask of you or Brad Thiel, whoever wants to address them. What would be better?
This is the witness we have before us. So.
Okay, I will ask you, and may I also ask this of Brad Thiel? Can I ask the same things of Brad?
Why don't you ask now and see what answers you get?
Regarding Exhibit C20, Brad Thiel wrote a note to you that because no dredging is proposed or required for this project, sediment sampling and characterization is not required under the DMMP guidelines. That's not like a permit. That's like the Army Corps of Engineers only looks at where dredging may occur. So if you say there's no dredging to the Army Corps of Engineers, okay, it's not our bag then.
It's your opportunity to ask questions of the witness.
Oh, right. Okay.
I'm hearing a lot of statements.
I know.
It's
So I have to
confusing
phrase
me.
that in questions. I'm sorry. So what are the DMMP guidelines for becoming involved?
I'm kind of generally familiar with what the DMMP is. I wasn't involved in that process in any way. I understand the DMMP relates to the dredging of the navigation channel as it relates to disposal of the sediment.
Do you understand?
And being that there's no dredging involved in this project, it didn't apply in this instance.
Yes, that is not the same as permit. There was a letter of permit. So dredging is part of the equation for Harbor Village Marina. Or is dredging part of the equation for Harbor Village Marina and North Lake Marina?
Mr. Examiner, I've been very patient, but we're getting far beyond contaminant issues in the SEPA checklist.
Yeah, you are going around the shoreline again, and can you tell me where you intend to go?
Well, these were entered as exhibits by the city, and if I'm not to address Andrew, who do I question as to the validity of these documents?
Well, let me explain what I do in making a decision.
Okay.
Both you as appellant and the city as the respondent submitted a lot of documents. The ones that I pay attention to are the ones that are referenced during the hearing.
Yes.
It's not my responsibility, nor it is my inclination to go through each document and to try to determine whether it's all truth or not true, or reliable or not reliable. The purpose of the hearing is for you, as you've done so, and the city, as they've done so, to focus my attention on those documents that are most relevant. So you don't feel like you need to go through each city document and point out where you disagree with it. That's not going to be helpful.
Okay, I just have 3 that concern me. And they are all from this Northwest Environmental Consulting. And if Brad Thiel's not going to testify, I would like to ask Andrew, who took in all the materials, all the comments, what about these 3 documents?
Do they relate to the environmental review that the city participated in?
Yes.
Then try to ask them concisely without making any statements about them.
Right, I forget. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And
So,
give me the document you're referencing.
this is Exhibit C20.
Okay, you asked about that, and the answer was there was no dredging involved, so he agreed that the DMMP would not be involved.
Right.
Is there another question about that?
No, that was the one on that document.
Okay, so we're down to 2 more documents.
Right. C5, I assume, was filled out by Mr. Thiel. It's a statement to the Army Corps.
This is the biological
It is.
evaluation?
It is.
But did you want to ask Mr. Bauer whether he had that information?
Did you get that? I can ask. I can't quite. Do you have a C? Mr. Kasaguma, do you have a C5 you could give to Andrew at your fingertips?
He may be familiar with it. It's the
C5.
C5. It's the biological evaluation for the Kenmore Air Landing Station extension. And the version is May 2012. Was your inquiry whether he was aware of this or had it before him when they did the environmental review?
I wanted to ask him.
He now has it in front of him.
Okay. It doesn't say which page, but on item E, work corridor, says
How many pages in is that?
they're not numbered. I'm sorry. 4, page 4.
There's numbers at the
Oh, it's at
middle of
top.
the top.
I'm sorry, page 4.
All right, and what about page 4?
Item E, They're talking about the work corridor.
Mm-hmm. And you have a question for Mr. Bauer about that?
Yes, Mr. Bauer, when the concrete barriers and floats are removed, where will they be stored?
That's probably something I would defer to the applicant, and frankly, it's probably something the contractor would coordinate during construction.
All right. Under G, also, it says no stockpiling will be needed. Is that correct?
Stockpiling typically refers to soil. So being that there's no soil removal as part of this project, then yes, there'd be no stockpiling.
Don't you want to stockpile in case something awful comes up with these materials you're withdrawing from the area? Maybe they should be somehow cordoned off from the rest of the world until you know what's
Are
in
you
them.
expressing your opinion now, or are you asking for his opinion?
What do you think about just truck loading them somewhere or stockpiling? And
Well, it's my understanding as part of the BMPs with the debris removal and the pile removal, that's taken into consideration. So as to minimize any additional debris or water runoff entering back into the lake. So that's taken into consideration as a BMP.
so this is something that Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife would require or not require?
I believe it was either in the Fish and Wildlife approval, the HPA, or the Corps approval.
And what was that requirement for these materials?
I don't know the BMP off the top of my head, but I know that there's considerations given in there for, like I said, taking into consideration runoff and debris that might fall back into the lake during the removal of pilings and other debris.
Thank you. Last document, C6.
Okay.
Page 3. I'd like to read a sentence which has been briefly covered already.
This is the habitat management plan.
Right, but this is a different document than it covers something similar. Okay, this is the habitat management plan. You likely saw it. Did you see it? Okay.
Yes.
On page 3, the groins alter shoreline hydrodynamics and drift. Alter shoreline migration of juvenile salmonids and increase habitat for predatory fish. So when you remove these groins, you're changing the current. That's what this says. Is that right?
What paragraph are you in?
I'm sorry. It's under impact. It's the second paragraph under impact minimization and mitigation.
Yeah, I'm not an expert in hydraulics. I can't imagine that removing some debris or pilings would actually shift the entire current of the lake in that location.
This says it will, from your Brad Thiel to you. Oh, okay. So you're removing not only the groins that alter the currents, but also the wave barrier. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
That's it. Thank you. Nothing personal in this.
I do have one redirect question.
Yeah, Mr. Kasakuma.
Mr. Bauer, do you know whether or not the checklist that was submitted to you for this project is submitted to the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife in connection with a application for an HPA?
I believe it is. Yes, and there's definitely coordination between the city and Fish and Wildlife in the issuance of our permits. And as part of our SEPA notification process, we'll provide a copy of the SEPA checklist to other agencies, including Fish and Wildlife.
Was the HPA issued by the department?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bauer, for being here today and for your testimony. Do you have other witnesses, Mr. Costa-Guzman?
I did say previously that we would have Allison Russell be our last witness. She is a representative of Kenmore Air, and she has a few words she'd like to say. If you could allow us another 3 or 4 minutes.
You're calling her as a city witness?
As a witness for the applicant, or just as a comment from the applicant.
The applicant is a party to this proceeding, and the applicant would like to make a statement. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, and please be seated and raise your hand to take the oath. Do you swear to tell the truth in testimony you give today?
Yes.
Thank you. State your name, and then you may give your statement.
I'm Allison Russell, and I work at Kenmore Air Harbor. And I'm part of the Monroe family, that third generation. My grandfather started Kenmore in 1946, and there's a home on the property. And I just want to let you all know that there's been several people who lived in the house from the 1940s. I spent considerable time there in the summer where I came up and worked. I've bathed, I drank the water, I swam in the lake, and we've had pets. And I just wanted to let you know everyone's lived, or my parents and her brother and sister are still alive, no cancer. My grandparents are deceased, but they didn't have cancer. They lived healthy lives into their late 80s. And I just wanted to give a little testimony about the enjoyment we have had working there and living there. And we are very aware of the environment. We do a lot of our practices based on thinking about the environmental impact, but we are a business also. We like to employ people, and this project would help our company as far as the safety goes, and also we're hoping to add 30 to 40 new jobs for this big manufacturing project that the new ramp would be used for. So that is all.
Did you say there's a house on the property that's been lived in for 3 generations of the family?
Yes.
And is someone still in the house? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Russell, did you have any comments you wanted to give to the hearing examiner concerning one of the city exhibits that was called into question by the appellants?
About the size of the aircraft? Yeah. So the project is to start manufacturing some floats. And they would be for larger aircraft, but they're not aircraft that Kenmore is going to be buying and using and flying. Those are called Twin Otters, and there's companies all over the world that are using these, and we would be helping manufacture their floats for them. We wouldn't be using them in our fleet, but we would be needing to test them out on the lake, but they wouldn't be a part of our fleet.
They would not be?
No.
But you would fly a Twin Otter to test the floats?
To test the floats, yeah.
So you'd have one?
We'd have one.
But not as to carry passengers?
No.
Okay, thank you for your
Thank
testimony.
you. Did you guys have a question?
Well, yes, manufacturing floats, adding 30 to 40 people is going to increase traffic impacts. I think the traffic report of the engineer needs to be revisited.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That the Twin Otter uses? We use a mixture of, well, I don't know what the Twin Otter uses because we don't have Twin Otters in our fleet, but our aircraft uses currently a half mixture of avgas, which is low lead, and then we also have jet A fuel, which is kerosene.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
For your testimony. We may have come to the conclusion of the hearing. It is after 5 o'clock. I want to check with the city and see if there's any additional witnesses that you wanted to present.
We have no more witnesses.
Okay, thank you. And the appellant, was there anyone else you wanted to present today as a witness?
No, and thank you.
Okay. Well, you've both been very efficient in presenting information. I have a lot of information to consider, and it's both in this book of exhibits in front of me and then testimony that I've taken extensive notes of today. It's my responsibility to consider the issues raised, and I thank you, Ann Hurst, for really clarifying the issues, and they focused on the testing for contaminants. And that's how I'd like to structure my decision. We agreed that the city did not test for this beyond what had already been done by others. But you also had an issue that they believe they should be testing, and you brought witness forward on that issue, and then what type of testing should be done. Underneath those three broad topics, there are a number of other issues identified in your appeal, and we'll do the best we can to put them under the proper headings. But that's my responsibility to address the issues raised and do that with reference to the exhibits and with reference to the testimony. It's going to take me at least 10 days to do that. I may need additional time, in which case I'll notify the parties that additional time is needed. But we'll make every effort we can to prepare a decision within the next 10 working days. Okay, is there anything further to bring to my attention here today? Looks like everyone's now thoroughly worn out for the day. It's been a long hearing day. Thank you for your patience and civility to each other. We're now adjourned.